Good morning, good morning, good morning, folks. Happy Tuesday to you. Salam. What's up, Dolphin? How are you? Folks, if you're watching me anywhere other than TikTok, please make sure that you say hello in the chat so that I can speak back to you. What's up, Butters, Dirty Bad Bloggers? Good morning. MG Brox. Good morning, David. I think I said David already. I know I said Dolphin already. Coolest mom ever, Dana Do. Good to see you as well. Good morning, Vashti. Listen, Substack, I cannot see your chat, but that is a technology thing. So just know that I can't see your comments, but I'm absolutely grateful that you're here and glad that you are watching. What's up, Conchita, Veronica, Winn-Dixie, Farah, Cam? Good to see you guys. Ada. What's up, Kat? Good to see everybody. Mel Gray, the other Lisa. Zoe. It's going really fast, y'all. Lou said, I had to get y'all's TikTok nieces all the way together this morning. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a delay because I need to get y'all's TikTok nieces all the way together this morning. So there was a lot. Yeah. So yeah, and I was on TikTok on somebody else's panel literally until about 2:40 this morning, 2:45. So it's been a lot already, but here we are, right? So good morning, Beach Mom Wannabe. What's up, Jen the Vet? Appreciate you. You saw me. Yeah, it was a interesting evening. So there. Yeah. You're gonna need me for Dame again. Where he at? Because you know his ass don't come over here. You know his ass don't come over here. I'm still waiting on the Ice GOP, whatever his raggedy ass name is, while he's crying to Casso. Daddy be mean. Shut up. So, yeah, but yeah, I'm down for Dame any day. Any of them. That's why that little 1 minute clip is on my page right now. Yes, ma'am. You got yourself all the way dressed and together. Okay, thank you very much. I'll fix this later. Okay, listen. Tutu's now working, right? So do we have ourselves together? Are we ready to have a good rest of the day? Make sure you clean your stuff up. Here. He talked about I can't. He talked about ABs and I can't. I mean, I will, but I can't. I'm not very. You know what? It's funny because up until a couple of months ago, I didn't even know what an FBA was, right? Up until a couple of months ago. But as soon as I heard them talk, I was just like, oh, this is HOTEP 2.0. That's all this is. This is HOTEP 2.0. Just even less well-informed. You know what I mean? And I just don't have any, he talked policy. Right. And that's my thing. He thinks he talks policy, but oftentimes what's so sad is he thinks he knows what he don't know. Like he just thinks that he thinks that he knows, and he thinks that he's talking policy, but literally has no clue what he's talking about. And yeah, and that's the part that's really, really frustrating. Yes, ma'am. No, your breakfast is almost here. So that's the part that's really, really frustrating. So for those of you guys that are watching and you're not on TikTok, so there's this thing that is happening in TikTok spaces where you have FBAs, those folks that are foundational Black Americans, right? And they believe that they think that there's going to be strength in becoming a super minority of a minority segment, which is just also very asinine. I don't know in any way, shape, or form where making your population size even smaller gives you more political power and political clout. Joan, where the hell you been? Where you been, Joan? Hey, Hugo. I don't know. So, Hugo, there tends to be less comments on the YouTube, Facebook side of the world than there is on TikTok. TikTok tends to be very chat engaged. Over here, they tend to be less chat engaged. So I don't know why. Couldn't tell you, but that's a thing. And so what has irritated my soul about yeah, you guys over here chat a lot, which I love. Don't get me wrong, I love the engagement. But the thing that gets me about these folks is that it is, like I said, there's no real tangible, scalable blueprint. You know what I mean? Like it would be different if there was an actual yes, Hugo, same name on TikTok. Yeah. But they don't have one. And that's the part that gets ridiculously frustrated. You want to pretend as if you have this power structure and you don't. You want to pretend as if someone, Salam Moed, you want to pretend as if someone is supposed to really give a shit whether, and you know what else I noticed, Slayer? What I noticed is that a good portion of them already didn't vote in the last like 8 to 10 years. So like, why we really even care? Right. There's no coherent ideology. There's no defined leadership. Appreciate you, tech lady. There's no one leading the so-called movement, and there's no blueprint or map for where the movement desires to go, except for some very gray, ambiguous claim to, well, we want some reparations, but we don't even agree as to what the reparations should be, what the mechanism for deciding who gets them should be, and what we're going to do with them if and when we get them. Like, it's just nothing. And that's why I said, I can't do it. It's like, I'm still waiting on Umar Johnson to build his school. Like, that's what it feels like. FBA feels like that to me. Right. What do you need? Do you need something? Yeah, with the charger. They're all over there already. And so that's the part that gets me. And then what I've noticed is, and I don't know, like Slayer, what he does, what they do in other spaces. All I know is when I've encountered them, it has typically been on male panels, right? So I've encountered them in Dan Trail's space. I've encountered them in Caso's space. I very rarely have. I don't know that I've even encountered them in women's spaces, and women and Black and brown women's spaces, where they are willing to even engage in fact-based discussions, right? What, baby? Yeah. Yeah. And let me tell you what, the ones, the couple of FBA girls that I've seen, and I say girls because they just sound silly. And I'm probably old enough to be their mamas, is the girls know even less than they do. Right? Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. I might end up really cussing somebody out, David, because I heard they were really, really rude to Peaches. And Peaches ain't even like that. You know what I mean? And so like, I don't even know that I want to hear them talk out their neck to Peaches. Because some of them just, they really need you to pick up the phone and call their mama. Right? And be like, where's your auntie? Where's your mama? Because somebody need to get you all the way together. And that's how I feel about them. Aline, did you mean to request up?
No, it just came up and Sandy said that it said Sandy requested me to come up.
Oh, I don't know. Sandy, she might have hit you by accident. I don't know.
Oh, don't hit.
She mean I got you by accident.
Yeah, I know. Okay,
yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, no worries. All right, appreciate you. Yeah, it does happen. TikTok has been glitching like hell lately though. Like, real talk. That has 100%. Yeah, and so Rick G, we can absolutely talk about that. I don't know that anybody is surprised about the outcome of that case, but we can absolutely talk about it. And for those of y'all who do not know, he's talking about the Cyrus Carmack Belton case down in South Carolina, where, the Rick Chow, and not to be funny, but in the United States of America, Asian Americans are the model minority in this country. And of course he was acquitted of unaliving that kid. And so, yeah. And so, so there is a lot to talk about with respect to that. Hey, Chris, good to see you. Welcome over there on the YouTube side. Hey, Marilyn, good morning, sis. Good to see you. So I want to be clear about something. If you're new to me, let me just go ahead and set the groundwork so that we are clear about the way that I run this space. If you are new to me, if you've never been in here, put a 1 in the chat for me. If you're new to me and you're not familiar with me, appreciate it, Scotty. Then put a 1 in the chat. Shut up, Jane Isenson. All y'all lies, the lies y'all tell. Good morning, Amira. Glad to see you. See, you're an actual new person. You see all these other people lying. Crazy. Yeah, it has been a while. Joan coming back like a long lost cousin. What do we have here? That's a very broad question. Good morning, Queen. Yeah, you're welcome. Appreciate it, Jamie. What's up, Yari? Hey, kitten. Yeah, every day is quite a lately it has been like a new experience, hasn't it? Lately it has been like a new experience. Yes, true, Ethan, true. 100%. Really, Kathy? Yeah, I'm not surprised either, to be frank. But it would take a lot to surprise me anyway, to be quite frank, because I don't have expectations of the judicial system, right? I don't have expectations of the government, of the judicial system, especially in certain cases and scenarios, especially when they've given me no reason to have them to start with. Yes.
It smells like Oreos in here.
It smells like Oreos in here. I don't have any Oreos.
Yeah, it smells like Oreos in here.
Where at? Okay, girl. Are you trying to tell me you want me to get Oreos? Is that what you're trying to say? Uh-huh. Okay, I got you, girl. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
It smells like Oreos.
I love that. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, like I do. Mila got it for me. Do I have a shirt with that slogan? You mean this slogan? Human rights are non-negotiable? Yeah, it definitely doesn't. Rick G. Hey, Leah. Y'all see TikTok just bringing people up to the panel today.
That's right. I just tried to join your live and I got right up on the panel somehow.
I have no idea what TikTok is doing. It just did it to Aline too.
There you go.
But okay, well, I got you. Appreciate it. This app is real funny. I do so things that I want you all to write, Cam. Things that I want you to not let me forget today, you guys. We need to have a conversation about the probable cause subpoenas for Don Lemon. How many of you all are familiar? It won't let me even disconnect Leah either. I don't know if she's still showing that she's there for y'all, but she is for me. It won't even let me.
I don't know how I got up here.
Girl, they've been bringing everybody up. I don't know what TikTok is doing. TikTok is literally just bringing people up and putting them on the panel. I do not know. TikTok is wilding out today, y'all. But how many of you all are familiar with what I'm talking about? So in a very, very rare instance, a judge has determined and has recently released 5 of the probable cause subpoenas that the Department of Justice submitted for the Don Lemon case. And if you're not familiar with this, that's very, very rare. So like a judge almost never says, here's what the DOJ, here's what the prosecutor said as justification for this warrant. Like that's just not a thing, especially not unprovoked, right? So this is what's really wild about this. And I don't want to get into like all the different likes, like all this. I don't want to get too specific, right? Because you can get into each and every one of them. But the main thing that I want to point out to you is that they didn't just want information about Don. They wanted all of the information about all of his subscribers. They wanted their names, they wanted their telephone numbers, they wanted their addresses, their email addresses, whatever information he had about his subscribers, the DOJ was trying to get it. Sin, I do not believe it was about making him lose his followers. I do not believe that at all. I believe this is about their database and their attempt to want to track individuals that they believe are, well, so the judge threw it out. So this is the thing, Coffee. So the judge denied all of those probable cause orders. Okay. But then the judge did something that was very unusual by making those public, right? So this is not something that normally happens. So how many of you guys follow Lawyer Oyer or Liz Oyer? So I recommend that everybody follow Liz Oyer, Lawyer Oyer. She was the former pardon attorney for the DOJ. She lost her position in 2025 under the Trump administration because she refused to reinstate Mel Gibson's rights to own a pew pew. He lost those because of a domestic violence case that he had. And the Department of Justice had moved to try to get her to have those reinstated. And when she refused to do so, because there was no justification for it, she was terminated. And then after she was terminated, she began to tell the truth about what happened and why she was terminated. And then she was targeted, significantly, severely targeted, threatened, the whole nine. They were going to make an example of her. Oh, thanks. Now going back, appreciate that. Yeah, this is one of the Daniken shirts. So there's a Daniken shirt that has the Phoenix. There's another one that has the Tree of Life on it. So that's what this one is. And so I love her. But one of the things that she does a brilliant job of doing is, hey, Laundry Guys, she does a brilliant job of going live and sharing with people updates about things that are happening in the DOJ and in the administration from a legal perspective. And why they matter, why they're significant, why they're problematic. I will tell you one that she recently did that you should watch. I'm not going to play it for you here. But there has recently been an individual who was a January 6th who just got charges for child. Y'all know what I'm trying to say, right? Hey, Doug. And yeah, everybody used to say, there used to be somebody that AJW, she would come in and she would say, teach the people. And so she would come in with a notebook. But he was a PDFer. And he also had tons of images previously, right? He had tons of images previously. And some of them even included what they called, quote unquote, violent acts, right? And and this was not his first offense. Yes. And so it's just really interesting. So, oh, Gilbert, hey, thank you for participating. Thank you for watching over on the tube of you, and engaging in the chat. What I would share with you is this, right? Putting your, bigotry on display and your lack of, how can I say this? Social responsibility and emotional intelligence on display isn't really the wisest thing, but do you, boo? All right. And so it's really, 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 really important. It don't matter, Stephanie. So the big D, here's what I'm going to offer you is hey guys, don't talk to him. Don't talk to the big D. Big D can either join the panel or be muted. So take your pick. Big D, are you ready? Are you ready to join the panel? Well, join the panel because you have a lot to say in the chat. We can talk about what you're saying in the chat. Yes, Masani, of course. Of course. Okay, great. Do me a favor, put yourself on mute when I bring you up. Okay, so folks, let me just go ahead and do some level set real quick. Yeah, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, the big D. 1 second. So just for those of you guys that are new to me, I want to just level set. Okay, so when I bring folks up to the panel, I ask that they go on mute until I kind of get to them just to level set. And if I didn't finish this part, so let me finish this part for the folks that are in here. Right, Cam, I know. So listen, I only ask for 4 things in my space, okay? I ask that folks be respectful, that you don't use slurs of any kind. If you do use a slur, you will be muted and booted from my space. And the reason why is it's just basic human decency, right? And everybody that is here is supposed to be an adult. And so like that's not that difficult. The third one, hold on, I'm still, let me finish, please. The third one is don't spam the comments. So for those of you guys that are in the comments, don't say the same thing like 5, 6, 7, 8 times because it's not productive and it actually hurts the algorithm. And then last but not least, this one seems so. Do me a favor, Big D. Don't take yourself off mute and let me finish. I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. Okay, and then we're gonna. Well, okay. So try it again then. All right, so, and the last one is very simple. Give me 1 second, folks. Hold on. I got to manage something for the kiddos. Okay. And then last but not least is don't type in all caps. And the reason why is all caps are reserved for my moderators. And then I have folks that are vision impaired. And so just be respectful of folks that have disabilities. Okay. Other than that, we'll get along just fine. And we can have whatever conversations you would like to have. Okay. All right. And you guys, you got to remember, don't engage with the trolls, please. They want to distract in the comments. Don't engage with them. Like that's their whole goal is to distract in the comments. Don't talk to them. If they're not on my panel talking to me, they don't deserve to be acknowledged. Okay? It's that's not difficult. What's up, Coco? All right. All right. So, good morning, Jody. Good to see you. Oh, did y'all hear my back pop just now? Okay, let me finish this. All right. Okay, cool. Done. All right. So the reason why I have put up here human rights are non-negotiable, and I have specifically chosen differently melanated fists along with different flag representations is because this is Juneteenth month. This is also Pride Month. And there have been significant actions that have been taken recently that impact the freedoms and the rights of human beings in this country, especially within, these categories. We know that these are communities that are targeted by this administration and by the conservative, movement that exists. And I believe that this is something that isn't really like negotiable. I don't believe that it is something to be debated. I don't believe that it is something that is even up for consideration. Like if in 2026 you don't understand that all human beings deserve human rights, right? Then you're probably not someone that I even want to engage in a conversation with, because what kind of human being, right, doesn't understand that human beings should have human rights? Like, that's not difficult. The idea that a human being should be treated as a human being with certain inalienable rights as a human being, I just don't believe is difficult. And if someone doesn't agree with that and has an issue with that, right? Then I guess I would just question the dedication to the bigotry. You know, like, why so dedicated to being a bigot? Why so dedicated to the prejudice, right? Because I don't think that we have to agree with someone, like someone, love someone, whatever, right? In order to just give them basic respect. You know what I mean? I just don't think that that's something that should be difficult. Exactly, big. And so for me, it's very simple, is that your rights end where mine begin, right? So we each have our own rights as an individual, and then your rights end when your rights begin to infringe upon the rights of other people. And that's not difficult. This is a concept that everyone is familiar with, right? And so it's an opportunity. If you have something that is resistant to that, right, then that's a perfect opportunity for you to lean in and investigate why that is, right? What do you have that is underlying, that has you feel some sort of way about other people that don't have anything to do with you? You know what I mean? It's kind of that, golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you type of thing, which most of us learned as children, right? So I don't know why it's difficult thanks, Warrior Squirrel, why it's difficult for some human beings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the panel. I'm going to bring some folks up. If you did not request up and I bring you up because TikTok is glitching, just let me know, and either myself or the mods will take you down. If you did mean to come up and you do want to be part of the conversation, hey, Shauna, please make sure that you put yourself on mute until I get to you. And this is the most important thing that I can tell you folks, okay? This is not your space. So be respectful, or just like this person, you'll be blocked. Okay? Done. And don't engage with trolls. Don't engage with fuckery. We're either going to have real conversations or we're not. Okay? So, all right. So, folks, I'm going to go ahead and start to bring you up. Please put yourself on mute until I get to you. That would be amazing. Ice and GOP, you making your way up to the panel today, or are you just hanging out in the comments some more, like usual? You ready? Ice and GOP, you ready? You coming to the panel today? Is today the day? Or are you going to go back to Casso again and say I wasn't in Danny's space like you did after you was here yesterday? Ice and GOP, where you at? Yeah. So listen, if you join my panel and you have a time constraint, that's not my issue at all. That's not my issue at all. Okay. Yeah, Leo, he was crying 2 days ago when I was talking to Casso, because I called him out for always coming in here, being at my comments, running his mouth, and then never wanting to join the panel. And then he was like, Miss Dani, I ain't never called you out your name. Casso, why you being like this, Casso? You're supposed to be impartial, Casso. And Casso said, just when you gonna get on Dani's panel? That's all she want to know. And then he'd be like, I don't be in there. I ain't been in there. And I was like, you've been in there for the last week. And here today as well. And here today as well. All right. Good morning, Laundry. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you. And what would you like to share this morning?
Well, I was listening to you, and I've heard some of your politics, and a lot of the stuff that you do, I 100% agree with. But I'm just curious do you believe there's actually a difference between Republicans and Democrats?
Well, I believe that there are differences in the parties and their ideology. The greatest differences lie within their domestic policy, but not their foreign policy.
I am so glad.
Hey, girls, come here.
That you stated that, because there's no difference in their foreign policy, and I believe that that's beginning to be an issue.
Your stuff is here. Yeah, I mean it is being an issue. It's why you see more individuals that are running and caucusing as Democrats now, specifically mentioning that they are not taking money, not only from, they're not taking it from APAC, and they're not taking it from certain super PACs, and they're not taking it from NORPAC or J Street or Kofi. That issue is it's continuing to grow. Will you put that in the fridge for your brother, Sissy? And so I think what's going to be the process over the next few years is, as we continue to have progressive, what I would consider to be progressive populist or even democratic socialist candidates that are going to begin to primary what I would call establishment Democrats, then, I think that people need to make sure that they vote in the primaries, because if establishment Democrats is an issue for you, then the place that you can make the most impact to correct that is going to be in the midterms, right? And then whoever wins those, in the primaries, and then whoever wins those primaries is who has to be put into office for the general election, simply because, it's, you have to put the person, you have to make sure that the person who has the least amount of core values doesn't either get or maintain power in office.
Okay, so 2 questions.
Sure.
One, how do you feel about a third party? Second, what is your position on Israel?
So I feel like we have third parties. We have a lot of different third parties. What I feel like is that for various reasons, what third parties don't have the ability to do right now is win a race. And I feel like if there are candidates that are more progressive than the Democratic Party that want to have a viable shot at winning an election, they should simply caucus as Dems. There are plenty of people who do that. I mean, Bernie Sanders is an independent and has been all of this time, but he caucuses with the Dems in an effort to get on the ballot, play the game, and be able to win. Right. And so I think we get caught up in this idea, we just need a third party. We have plenty of third parties. We have all kinds of parties. Many of the people that have been front runners in those third parties, you don't even hear from them except for when it's time to dilute the Democratic vote in the general elections. It's just, you just don't hear from them. And so that's my thought around third parties. And I don't believe that we should be putting purity test and personal preferences over the overall well-being of the country. Like I truly believe that we have a responsibility that when we vote in the general election, the vote has to be about what's in the best interest of the entire country and not just our personal preference. To me, midterms, your primary is your personal preference all day long, right? That's your opportunity. Pick the person you love the most. And then whoever wins, right? Then that's where we go for in the general, because we have a responsibility to the entire country. And then what was the second question you had? Oh, Israel. Yep. Thank you. Somebody else got it. So the chat got it for me. Okay. So my position on Israel is very simple. I believe that Israel is committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. So are we, by the way, because we are violating our own laws in funding and equipping them to do so. And I believe that they should be held accountable and for the things that they are doing. Here, Mila. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, I guess I agree with that, but then as you know, as history has taught us, that military might can only be met with military might.
What do you what do you mean?
Position on Iran?
So when you say military might can only be met with military might, how does that what's that referring to when it comes to Israel?
So I guess what that's referring to is that the only way that Israel is going to be stopped is militarily.
Well, no, I disagree, because Israel only has its military might because of us, right? So if the West, specifically the United States of America, if the West simply stopped arming and equipping Israel, then that's it. Like legitimately, Israel has its position of power because of the United States of America, Britain, and the countries of the West. So it would be easy to undo that, and we know that, and we know that that's true.
That is 100% true. Except Israel is a proxy of America.
In what way?
In every way. Every way. Nothing that Israel does is without the permission of America.
I believe you have it backwards.
Okay, I hear you. I do hear you. I really hear you. But the American Indians would beg to differ.
So
America is America because of this expansionist idea. And that is what Israel is trying to attempt in the Middle East, or Western Asia, as we would say. So my question to you is, what is your position and what is your stance with Iran? Because they are adamantly opposed to that.
yeah, as they should be. Let me be very clear. Okay. Israel, Iran should absolutely be opposed to Israel's colonization of the lands, right? Israel is not entitled to Lebanon. They are not entitled to Syria. They are not entitled to Palestine. And Iran should be fundamentally opposed to that.
I would argue that they're not entitled to Israel.
No, they're not. They're absolutely not.
So you and I are on the same page.
Yeah, Israel isn't entitled to anything. And when people say, does Israel have the right to defend itself? To be honest, legally, no. And the reason why legally no is if you are illegally occupying a territory, you don't have a right to defense. No, so if you come and if you come in my house and try to rob my house, you don't have the right to defend yourself in my house. No.
Exactly. So we're on the same page.
Yeah, 100%. No, that's exactly where I'm at. And so I think where I stand, there you go, sis. Where I stand on these issues is really clear. I'm also pragmatic about solutions, because I understand that pie in the sky sounds good, but what I want are real tangible steps on how to get to where we really need to go. And what I find too often happens is people talk about these things that just simply aren't feasible right now. It's like there are people that just don't live in the real world. And my point is, until we create something different, then we operate with what we have, right? And so the same way that the Tea Party became MAGA and overtook the Republican Party is what progressives need to do where the Democratic Party is concerned. And the difference between progressives and the ultra conservatives is that they have been diligent and willing to work their plan for the last 50, 60 years. And progressives just whine and cry because they want a microwavable solution to a problem that's been sitting on the crock pot for, almost a century, and it's all burnt and stuck to the side. And it just doesn't work that you don't fix something in a microwave. And so that's part of the work that has to be done.
I would agree with you in that. I like the position of progressives. And I think that what's happened is that the Republicans and the extremist views have enlightened an extremist view in Iran.
Yeah.
Where they have decided that there's only one way to do this, and that's by way of force.
Mm-hmm.
And I would argue that they already have nukes and that they can already reach the U.S. and that there is this internal battle within them that says that no, we shouldn't. And they're the youngsters that say, yes, we should. And they know no other way. And Israel and America keeps demonstrated to them that we know nothing else but force. And that is unfortunate for everyone.
Yeah. And let me just say this. So social justice, you were in my chat the other day, very heavily, as you are right now, keyboarding. And I asked you then to come to my panel. And I believe you were at a ball game or you were somewhere and it was too loud. And I said, well, come back when you're able to join the panel so that you're not just on the keyboard. And all of that. And you said that you would. So what I'm gonna do right now is invite you to do that again. I'm gonna invite you to join this panel, okay? Because what you like to do is be a keyboard warrior in my space and not have actual like an in-depth conversation to kind of back up and support your opinions. What's up, Dano? Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve, folks. Facts rates. Appreciate you guys for coming in here. So. So social, find your way up here. Okay. I don't know, Ashley, I didn't hear that part. So I'm going to circle back around. What's up, facts people? Appreciate you guys. So they were asking if you just said that Iran has nukes or not, because I missed that part. I was reading her comments. I apologize.
What I said was that I believe that Iran has nukes. I also believe that by way of collaboration with North Korea, that they have nukes that can hit the U.S. right now. And I believe that internally they are fighting within themselves as to whether they should go so far. And I believe that everything that America and Israel are doing are giving way to the extremists in that party to say that America and Israel know only one thing, and that is force.
Yeah, so I disagree with that on many levels. So Iran has never had nuclear weapons, and they don't have a delivery system for it, and they have not desired it. And this is the thing that I really want people. And one of the reasons I think the U.S. has such a difficult time with this is because the United States of America is a baby country. And we oftentimes don't understand the history of the world and the Persians and how committed they are, not only to their religion and their faith, but to their land. And so when they issue a fatwa, both on the religious and the state law side of things, they mean that, right? So when the country of Iran and the Ayatollah says there's a fatwa, there will be no nuclear weapons here. We believe it is against our faith to create something that could do what a nuclear weapon could do. It's different. It's not like the United States of America where we play to be Christians, but then we will absolutely do everything that Jesus said don't do. It's a very different culture, and those folks have maintained their identity, their ideology, their language. A lot of the majority of who they are has remained consistent throughout history, regardless of who has conquered them or not conquered them. And so that is why it's very difficult for people in the U.S. to understand Iran's position, and that's just something that they're not willing to do. But so what they did do was, and I think that this is something else that people don't understand, is according to the non-proliferation agreement, appreciate you, Scotty. Thanks, Steve, for sending everybody in here. What people don't understand is we are not allowed to prevent any country that did not already have nuclear weapons from obtaining the ability and the knowledge to do so. Like that's literally part of the non-proliferation agreement, the treaty. So, and the reason why is there were countries that already had them. And so what we could not say to them is you're not allowed to have access to this technology, right? What we said is they said, well, we can know the know-how. We just agree not to build them. And you all agree not to build anymore. That was the purpose of the agreement. And the hypocrisy that I find is that everybody and their mama knows Israel has nukes. This is not I believe it could be a thing. Everybody knows. The damn longitude and latitude is on the internet, right? It's in Dimona, and everybody knows where Israel's nukes are. But those nukes have never had independent inspections, ever. But Iran's did all the way up into 2009, right? And so it's really important that if we're going to talk about this, then we have to like hold everybody to the same standard, because that's not a thing that happens. And it's very difficult. The way that people like to talk about Muslims and no, they do have nukes, Reed. You are woefully uninformed. Would you like for me to show you that they have nukes? Because you could let Google be your friend. Because they do. They've actually admitted that they do. Matter of fact, it was their nuclear dude who was the whistleblower. So, yeah, they have nukes. And the estimates are anywhere between 80 to 300. And the reason why it's such a vast number is because they've never allowed independent inspectors.
Okay, so let me add to that. I hear you. There was a fatwa. Who was that fatwa issued by?
So, but what's the relevance?
Hold on a second. Who was that fatwa issued by? Yeah.
So, I know who it was issued by, but what?
Took him
But
out.
but what's?
Okay, so
Yeah,
took him out.
but it doesn't
He's
matter.
not there anymore.
Yeah,
It does matter.
it doesn't, and I'm going to tell you why it doesn't. It doesn't go away just because.
The sun is not in agreement with that. The sun is more inclined with the IRGC, and they believe that America and Israel only know force.
When was he taken out? When was he taken out?
That's all we know.
Laundry. When was he taken out?
February 28th.
Okay, so do you believe that his son?
February 28th.
Right, and so are we supposed to believe that in the 2 months since he was taken out, all of a sudden they've built a nuclear weapon?
Yes.
The answer is
They're
no.
only at 60%. And they were at 60% like a year
But
ago.
60% is not what you
I'm gonna
need
tell you
for a
something.
delivery
We're
system.
gonna mess around. We're gonna FOFA
You gotta wait a second.
in a really, really bad way.
There's
because
absolutely zero
they did not
evidence for
know
that.
they could-
There's
They
zero
had
evidence
no
for what you're
evidence.
saying. Like there's
Okay,
literally.
2 years ago, Dani, 2 years ago, we had no evidence that they could reach out and touch Israel the way that they have.
That's not
We had
true.
no evidence that they could touch all of our military
That's not
bases.
true. Did you read the 2017 IAEA? Hold on. Did you read?
Okay.
Did you read the 2017 IAEA report on Iran and the last inspection?
Okay, so what did that say? Did that talk about their
It
ballistic
literally
missile
gave
ability?
yes, it laid out absolutely everything, and it's simply not true.
Okay,
Like
so
we have known about
Okay, so
their.
into-
We have
17. Were we aware that they could take out those bases the way that they did?
yes.
Okay, so if we did in 2017, then we are far worse off than we ever thought.
So let me share with you, because here's the thing. Iran operates again differently than we do, and what they always understood is that they would never have the ability to catch up to the United States of America and the other countries that already have nuclear weapons in time. So what Iran chose to do, which was really, really smart, was to invest in ballistic missiles and drones, because they were less expensive and easier to make, and to have a greater number of them. Yes, Mila. I can't do anything about that right now, sissy. Okay.
Okay, so Dani,
So-
answer me this. Was that not the position of North Korea at one time?
North Korea does not have the belief system of Iran. North Korea they're not Muslim.
Okay. Was that not the belief system of North Korea at one time, that they would not.
It doesn't matter. Iran is not North Korea, and Iran is not held to the history of what North Korea chose to do.
Okay, I hear you there. But do you actually know the difference between Sunni and Shia? Because I'm Muslim and I'm Sunni, and I know a lot of the difference. According to the belief, according to Shia, they will pursue nukes.
Okay.
According
And again,
to Shia,
so
because the prophet was a warrior. So why would you put down your sword?
So we're gonna stop. Laundry, hold on for a second. Hold on. Stop. Because the reality, the facts are, because you can speculate all you want to speculate. I really don't. You can have your opinions and your thoughts and all of that. But what we have to rely on are the actual, like the evidence and the facts. Okay. And so what's really important is, number one, the only country to ever utilize nuclear weapons is the United States of America. That's it. Us. That's what we do. The country that has proceeded to develop nuclear weapons and refuse to allow independent inspection is Israel, even though everyone has them. Iran has, like, literally, this is what really irritates me about when people begin to talk about Muslim countries and Iran and all of those different types of things, because the reality is that had we, the United States of America and the West, right, and Britain, just stayed out of their country and stopped trying to steal and take something that did not belong to them, that democratic society that existed in 1951 would have continued to exist and gone on about its business to do whatever it wanted to do. We are responsible for the progression and the current state of that country. Not only because of the coup that we helped orchestrate, not only because we installed the Shah as the prime minister, not only because we created the Savak, not only because we then funded Saddam Hussein and participated in helping Iraq attack Iran, not only because of the incredible sanctions that we put on those people, even all the way down to baby formula, right? And let me just be clear, Jose, you don't get to rainbow wash this argument. So don't pretend like you give a fuck about rainbow folk because you want to spread Islamophobia. We're not doing that. It's literally called pink washing, and you're not going to do it in my space. Just so we're clear, I want every single one of you all that brings up LGBTQIA individuals in the conversation around Iran to shut the fuck up on that. Because you're not going to use a group of people you don't even give a damn about to justify your Islamophobia, period. And if you want to talk about what happens to LGBTQIA individuals, then you can just start right here in the United States of America. Let's do that. Let's talk about the crime rates against trans individuals in this country. Let's talk about the targeting of trans individuals and LGBTQIA people in this country by our own congressmen, by our own people that are sitting in the legislatures and in this administration. So what we are not going to do is talk about what happens in somebody else's country that is in none of our damn business to try to justify us bombing the fuck out of some people that didn't do anything to us in the first place. You don't get to do that. You do not get to topple their government, portray them to be the devil, put sanctions upon them, arm them when they were doing what you wanted to do, because that's exactly what we did. We sold them over $700,000 worth of equipment and arms in the 70s when the Shah was forcing those people to westernize against their will. And then when they all of a sudden said, we're tired of y'all shit, you are not going to make our people westernized people. You're not going to make our people subscribe to your Christian values. You're not going to change who we are as people. All of a sudden, we determine that they are the damn devil, and we have determined that they are the funders of terrorism, no matter the fact that we funded the terrorism against their country and around the world the vast majority of the time. We're not doing that. And then we are not going to use LGBTQIA people to try to justify our Islamophobia and our bigotry. Not in here. Not in here. I will hold you to account. And we will have a real conversation about it. Period. And so here's what you would like to do. If you would like to come to the panel, Jose, then you can do that. Other than that, you will eventually be muted. Not because I'm worried about you, just because there's too much information, really good factual information going in here for people to be distracted by your fuckery. Appreciate that, Leslie. Got it? So I just want to be clear about something, folks. What I am not going to let people do is fearmonger about Muslims and Iran about something that they haven't done in the entirety. This whole thing, oh, well, they've been terrorists since 1947. And what has been the outcome? What has been it, people? What has been it? Because in that 47-year period of time, the country that has done the most bombing, committed the most war crimes, done the most horrific thing to women and children, right? Even to innocent people on flotilla boats is Israel. The biggest terrorist in the Middle East is Israel. And I'm not going to let you all pretend like it's Iran. What? Yes. So I'm just being very, very, very clear about that. So where is this little, never mind. Let me, hold on. Give me a second. So here, why don't you come on up, Chris Ann? Now, Chris Ann has been given a direct invitation to this panel right here. So Chris Ann can even find their way to the panel, or they will find their way to somebody else's live.
Dani, you know I love your politics. I do have to go. We differ on some slight issues, but across the board, I just love your politics. So I hope to be back on your panel again.
Yeah, you're more than welcome.
Thanks for having me. Take care.
You too. Miss Natasha, I don't know if you meant to request up. TikTok has been just adding people to the panel. And I don't know if they added you by accident or if you actually requested.
I was somewhere else. I thought you needed me, honey. I got
this TikTok is acting crazy today. I don't know what they're doing.
I was in another line. They were talking about relationships. I'm like, and I'm like, and then you called me and I didn't even say bye. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I didn't call you, girl. That was TikTok. TikTok sent out the back signal, but you're always welcome here. I love you.
All right. Well, I'll get in the comments.
Okay.
And I like to see salty Dani anyway.
Yeah. There's a little bit of salt and spice around today.
So I'll get in the back in the comments.
Okay. All right. Love you too. Yeah. So social. This is your invitation because you're about to have the same thing happen to you that happened the other day. Where are you at today? Because the other day you was at a ball game. Where are you at today that you can't get on this panel? Where are you at today? You in church? You at a school? You driving? You breastfeeding? Like, what are you doing today that you can chip in them comments but can't make your way to the panel? Where are you at? Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? Where you at? Yeah. So what? I'm just saying listen, I've heard all of the excuses. All of them. So I'm just telling y'all, I am not here for it. And if you come on this panel, you best know what you're talking about. Oh, so Minister, you can come on up here today. Let's talk about you. Are you so your title says Minister Edwin Rodriguez. Are you a Christian minister? I sent you an invitation to come up. All you got to do is click accept, Edwin. Let's talk about Jesus. Let's talk about the Lord. Let's talk about the Lord today. And bring your Bible and your Strong's Concordance, and then let me know what version you have. Is it King James, New King James, NIV? What's your preference? You got a parallel and amplified? What's up, DJ? Where you at, minister? I'll even let you pass the plate and see if anybody want to give you anything. This heathen loves to talk about Jesus.
Father, do you want to go to the
And listen, this should be right up your, come on, listen, this is your opportunity. This is a mission trip. This is a mission trip. You literally got a whole audience of people that you can talk to about Jesus. This should be right up your alley. You didn't even have to pay for it. Nobody had to sponsor it. You didn't have to get on a plane. You didn't have to go to a third world country full of black and brown people that you could trade Bibles for food. You didn't have to do none of that. You didn't have to find anybody that was poor and needy to leverage and be transactional in your Christianity. You didn't have to do none of that. All you got to do is get up on the panel. I'm ready. No, you didn't ruffle my feathers. Did I ruffle yours? Because I see your ass is still in the chat. Now you know what the Bible says now about people that are afraid to profess their faith out of their mouths in public. You know what they say if you deny him in public. You know what Jesus says about that, right? Or wait a minute. Are you like Matthew chapter 7 verse 21, 22-ish? Would that be more along the lines of where you reside in scripture? Or are you familiar with that section of scripture? You want me to look it up or read it to you? So let me give you, I'm gonna give it to you. You ready? Here's what it says. Matthew chapter 7, this verse 21, quote, "Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. Many will say to me on that day, quote, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, and in your name drive out demons, and in your name say people shouldn't use bathrooms and play in sports? And then I will plainly tell them," I'm lying, that part wasn't really in there, but you get the paraphrase, right? "I never knew you. Away from me, you evildoer." Yeah, baby.
Bella's like not letting me have my favorite seat. One of my names back.
Well, just have her pull the other one. Have her help you pull the other one out so they can both lay back. Where you at, Edwin? Minister? I'll even call you minister. I don't know what you ministering because you ain't ministered yet. I mean, you know what my favorite one is though? If you go above that, my favorite section is actually verses 15 through 20. Before you even get to 21, you want to know what they say? You want to know what they say? Here's what those say. It says, quote, "Watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. By their fruit you will recognize them. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Likewise, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire." Here's my favorite verse right here, verse 20. You ready? "Thus, by their fruit, you will recognize them." And I believe I do see you. I believe I do see you. Recognized. You coming? I thought we was having church, minister. "Where two or more are gathered in his name, he will be in the midst of us." Come on up here and let's have a little talk with Jesus. Come on. No. Mods, is he in the chat and I'm just missing him? Because I don't seem to see him. Do y'all see him? I don't see the minister. Is he in the chat though? I told y'all this heathen here know the Lord and them Bible. Yeah. He was 20 seconds ago. Listen, you see that big here, hold on. I'm gonna help you. Because you know, sometimes when you reach a certain age, your eyesight changes. So I'm gonna try to make it as easy as I can for you. There's that whole ass box for you. Yep, a whole ass box, Grammy. Listen, hey, hold on. Where is, listen, I'm just saying. Let me tell y'all why my patience level is where it is, because you're not here with any real genuine intention. You're not. You're here with just bigotry and foolishness. I'm not explaining shit to you. You get on my panel if you want to talk to me about Romans chapter 1. If you want to talk about Romans chapter 1 with me, get on my panel. Other than that, not my job. And if you're a minister, I hope your ass already knows Romans chapter 1. Listen, folks, if you have a disagreement about an issue and you want to have a real conversation about that disagreement, and you want to have a conversation based on what your beliefs are or what your sources are, and you are open to an actual conversation about that, and you're being genuine about it, I'll do that with anyone, right? I'll do that with anyone. Now that's a dumbass question. Can transgender men have babies? Yeah. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. I don't think you know how the trans works. I don't think you know how it works. Because trans men can have babies. Yep, sure can. I did answer it. Did your ass listen? So do you understand that a trans man, see, this is what y'all mean. Y'all shouldn't talk shit about something you don't know nothing about. A trans man is literally a man who transitioned from being a woman. So yes, if I decided tomorrow I want to transition into a man, and I took my hormones and I grew my beard and I removed my breasts and whatever, unless I chose to get a hysterectomy, my trans man, beard, mustache having ass could absolutely give birth. But this is what happens when you have men talking about women's bodies. Y'all follow them damn senators that don't even know how many holes we got and what the holes we got do. This is why there's a whole industry where we buy toys. Because y'all don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Bye, Bella. See you later.
Like, it's the wildest thing ever. Yeah, I don't think the minister is coming. I don't think the minister is coming. And by the way, do you all understand that trans does not mean that someone actually transitions their physical body. Do you all understand that not all trans people transition physically? Did you know that? I know that most of us, like the reasonable folk, I'm not talking to y'all. I know y'all know. But those of y'all who think that trans men can't have babies, do y'all know that not everybody transitions physically? A vast majority don't transition physically. And parts of the reason that people don't transition physically is it's often very cost prohibitive. It's very extensive. It's extensive and expensive. But y'all don't know that. Y'all want to act like willy-nilly. Y'all think people go on a lunch break and transition. Listen, they think that there's a fast food drive-through for transitioning. Just drive up to that shit. It's like, just lunch break in and out. Same day surgery centers. Yeah. Y'all think this shit is like getting a Synvisc injection. Y'all think we just trade uteruses and shit like you change the color of your nail polish. That is not how it works. Crazy. Y'all just don't know. And see, this is why I don't tolerate people like the minister, because he's still over here in my chat, yip, and spreading his bigotry and his transphobia and his homophobia. He's still over here in the chat, but his God-fearing ass ain't made it to this panel yet. So so let me tell y'all one of the reasons why I love Matthew chapter 7. Because Matthew chapter 7 covers the gamut for me. And Matthew chapter 7 is one of my favorite things for people like the minister over here. Because people always think that Matthew chapter 7 says, don't judge. That's not what it says. Matthew chapter 7 actually says, don't judge lest ye be judged. And it says, you will be judged by the same measure you judge other people. So here's what I would like for the church to do. I want the church to begin to judge its own youth leaders, preachers, ministers, apostles, and prophets for all of the crimes you've committed against children, to the same degree that you want to judge people minding their damn business, going to a bathroom or playing in sports. I want you to judge your congregation, your community, your pulpits, your people. I want you to judge your politicians by the same measure that you judge trans people and LGBTQIA people. Because that's what it says. It says if you can't stand the heat, if you cannot be judged by the measure you are judging other people, you might want to shut the fuck up. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but that's the gist of what the Bible is saying. It said, listen, if you can be judged by that same intensity, if you can stand that scrutiny, if you can hold up to all of that, but by all means, go ahead and judge. But if you can't, you might want to shut the fuck up. That's what it says. What's up, Tootie? But y'all don't want to read that part. You just want a reason to look down on somebody else. That's all you want. You just want to feel good. You want to point out what you believe somebody else's sin is, so you don't got to worry about your own. That's all. That's not what it says in Matthew 7. The fuck it don't. And I'm about to show you. It does. We're going to read it together. Neighbor, turn to your neighbor. Say, neighbor, get out your Bible. Neighbor, get out your Bible. We're gonna turn to Matthew chapter 7. Like when you have it and you're ready, say amen. When you have it and you are ready, say amen, neighbor. Okay, amen. Deacon, you good? Okay, here's what it says. 7, verse 1. Do not judge, or you too will be judged. For in the same way you judge others, you will be judged. And with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. So why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in yours? How can you say to your brother, let me take the speck out of your eye, when all the time there is a plank in your own eye? You hypocrite. First, take the plank out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye. Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you into pieces. See, that part right there is the shut the fuck up part. That's what that part is. That part right there is the shut the fuck up part. You want to tell me again what Matthew chapter 7, verse 1 don't say? Jesus, because they was doing the same things. What you talking about? Who wrote Matthew? Here, this is, so listen, when people want to talk to me about the Bible, I just like to ask this one thing real quick. So, minister, can you tell me what Jesus said? What Jesus said is the greatest commandment of them all. Come on, Pastor. What is the greatest commandment according to Jesus? Nope, that's not the first one. That's not the greatest one. That's the second one, but y'all close. Nope, that's the second one, Megan. What's the greatest commandment? The greatest commandment is to love the Lord thy God with all thy soul, with all thy heart, and with all thy mind. And the second is close to it, and it is to love thy neighbor as thyself. And then he goes on to say, all the other prophets and all the other laws hang on those two. So do you know what that means? If you consider yourself to be a Christian, especially if you're walking around these TikTok streets with the name of minister in front of your name, okay? If you have not mastered the first two, the things that Jesus himself said were the greatest above everything else, and Jesus said everything else hangs on these two. He said, you better love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy mind, and love thy neighbor like thyself. And if thy haven't, every other commandment comes after those. So listen, you haven't even mastered Bible preschool. You haven't even mastered pre-K in Christianity. But you want to talk to somebody like you've been to seminary. Seminary ain't got nothing on Jesus. Jesus said you can't graduate to no other law, to no other prophecy, to no other prophet. You can't graduate nowhere else to no other commandment except these two, because everything else rests on those. And do you want to know why? Because when you master those first two, you have zero interest in judging anybody else. When you really love thy neighbor as thyself, you are so full of compassion and consideration and authenticity and kindness and temperance and patience and forgiveness and gratitude and all of the things. You're so busy focused on those, you don't got no desire to judge anybody else. You're not looking for specks and planks. No, not when you love them like you love yourself. Or maybe, minister, the problem is you don't really love yourself. That's why you're so busy looking at everybody else, because you can't even face your own reflection in the mirror. Maybe that's what your problem is, the minister. Maybe you don't like what you're looking back at.
Thank you.
I'm going to tell you something, folks. When you are full of love, and when you understand your own shortcomings, You have no desire to criticize anybody else. Because here's what we know. We all know that we shame ourselves so much, we don't need anybody else to help us. I don't need anybody to tell me about my shortcomings, and neither do you. And only people that look to do that are people that are not walking in the love of Christ that they claim to follow. Don't deflect. We're talking, I don't care. Jesus said everything else hangs on these 2 commandments. That's what he said. Everything else on these 2. What's up, 007? And do you mean Jesus talked a lot about hell, or do you mean Paul? Because you know Paul wrote the majority of the New Testament, not Jesus. You talking about Paul, or you talking about Jesus? I've read the word from Matthews to Revelations enough to know that it's not Matthews, plural, it's Matthew. That's how much I've read it. I've read it so much that I know it's not Matthews, it's Matthew. Just the same way it's not 2 Corinthian. Folks, this is one of my serious, like, this is a hill for me. I cannot stand to see people misrepresent the teachings of Jesus Christ based on the man-made interpretation and societal bullshit that corporations have turned into a business. How dare you corrupt the teachings of Jesus Christ for this institution that they have used to create the same and commit the greatest atrocities in the world? How dare you?
Can you buy more of these?
Yeah, I can get some more of them. There's a big box of the new ones that I just got, Sissy. Right there. See right there? So here's what I'm going to do, folks. I'm going to take this moment to bring some other folks up on the panel. When I bring you onto this panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you. And just be clear. We can absolutely talk about the Bible. We can talk about human rights. We can talk about all of those things. I'm just going to require you to know what the fuck you're talking about. And if you don't know what you're talking about, then be humble enough to shut up and learn. That's it. Or you can just get off this here internet and go ask the Southern Baptist Convention why they took down their whole database of PDFers that they had. Not you trying to get my attention with 2 damn accounts. Ain't nobody wasted no time on you today, sir. You must be out your mind. Not today. Get thee behind me, Satan. I wish I would. Put yourself on mute for me, guys. And y'all got me up here wilding out in these TikTok streets today. Dang, that's hurting. I don't even know some of these people that it says has been on my damn panel. But we just gonna rock with it. I'm gonna reiterate, folks, put yourself on mute until I get to you. You've never seen me so worked up. I literally cannot. This is one of my this really is something that I will come for you. I will meet you where you are. If you want to try to use Christianity, and if you want to try to use the teachings of Jesus Christ in the Bible to spew your hatred and your bigotry, whether it is Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, sexism, ableism, whatever it is. I'm coming for you with that, because I also know that the Bible says that you will be held accountable for causing anybody else to stumble. Right? Listen, I'm not talking to you no more, Edwin. I'm not even going to call you minister no more. Your name is Edwin from here on out. Because if you are a minister, you'd want to get up here and talk about the word of God, but you're not. You're just going to be Edwin from here. Ed. You have not represented yourself qualified for the title of minister. Nope. Nope, you don't get it. I'm just gonna start hitting things, and mods help me out in case some craziness happens. Yeah, and Ed, I'm not talking to you no more. If you want to have a conversation with you, you won't get on this panel. Other than that, I'm not wasting it today. I'm not. I got you. I'm coming right up the. God does bless me. I am blessed. Yes, baby.
I wouldn't want more eggs.
Okay. Well, you gotta wait a minute, Sister Boo. What's up, DJ? Yes, baby.
Where did those get eggs
From where?
from?
You want Dominic's? Is that what you're trying to say? His has cheese on them, but I don't care. Go ahead. You know. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I know you do. Y'all, that girl is a bottomless pit. this whole ass summer gonna be hard. You found the bacon?
Yeah.
Hey, Diana, do you know you're on the panel? Yeah, she can eat, for real. She is a fan of her groceries. That is for sure. I'm trying to work my way up this thing, y'all. TikTok keep jumping around. Yep. Yeah, she is a fan of her groceries. 100%, y'all. Okay. All right. So on the panel right now, I have Miss Natasha, I have Diana, and I have Frozo. If anybody did not mean to request up here, please let me know and I will take you down. Other than that, Miss Natasha, what you got for me?
I just want to first say, Pastor, you preached a good sermon this morning. I want to say that, but let the church say amen. And you know I have a trans daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that? Okay, so we went through it. The church, they were diabolical when they found out what me and my husband was doing to support my child. I was raised in the church.
Mm-hmm.
I put that first in my life.
Yeah.
But so-called Christians can be the meanest, evilest things on earth known to man.
Yep.
And so I just wanted to say a couple of things. Matthew 7:7 is my favorite. But what people don't understand is that there is 613 commandments in the Bible. 613. I went through it and counted, Edwin. And so we need to be clear, but the greatest of those is love.
Mm-hmm.
And so when people spew that hate, when trans people are only barely 1% of the population,
Mm-hmm.
but we have the Catholic Church and the different ideologies, denominations of church constantly abusing children. and then they have the nerve to step on some kind of pedestal and judging. Only person can judge you is God and you.
Yeah.
And I want
100%.
people to just stop it. Stop it, because in this political in this political situation, trans people are being targeted. Trans people are being the scapegoat, and in the name of God. That's what we're doing, and it just needs to stop. And I just wanted to say that because it's imperative that people be aware. If you're saying you are a lover of God, these are some things that they're saying that's absolutely not in the Bible. So, this, I know it's hard to stop ignorance. You're right, Carol Ann. It's hard to stop. My daughter is now 40, married with twins. But our journey was difficult.
Yeah.
We had people
You didn't have a trans drive-through?
And we had people protesting in front of my house in the name of God.
Mm-hmm.
I had church people that I knew for years that put me aside when I was going through it with my daughter.
Yep.
And so when you say, and Audra, I wish you can invite her up, but if you can say, you say you're a lover of God, you're a Christian, and you decimate people in the name of God, and we need to stop it. And even those of us who don't believe, I believe in God, but those of us who don't believe in God, we need to understand that we need to practice tolerance and acceptance of people. And that's all. I just Erwin, or whatever the heck his name is, the false prophet,
Edwin. Edwin.
He needs to, stop spreading this mess, because it's already hard right now.
Mm-hmm.
For the trans community, it's hard right now. But people who believe in God like me,
Mm-hmm.
I put God first in my life. But as soon as you say that, people say these horrible things about people who believe in God. I won't say Christians. I won't call myself that. But it's horrible, and we need to do better as a whole, as a people, just tolerating each other, and
100%. Salam. Let me say this to the folks that are in here. One of the reasons I go so hard in the paint and I am so loud in my advocacy for the LGBTQIA community is because I was raised neck deep in church. I used to be a person that would have said and did say, God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Like, that was literally how I was raised, what I was raised to believe, almost all of those things. And so what I believe is that your apology and your change should be as loud as your criticism, as loud as your hatred, right? As your acceptance, your inclusion should be as loud as your discrimination was, right? And so I believe that. And so I believe in this space, I am a cis heterosexual woman, right? So that means in my space, nobody exactly can be as loud as your condemnation. Nobody should have to do that heavy lifting in this space except me. Because what I believe is that if you belong to the group that is doing the condemning, if you belong to the group that is doing the oppressing, that it is your responsibility to check your people, right? White people, your job is to handle white people with racism. Cis heterosexual people, your job is to handle people with homophobia and transphobia, right? Able-bodied people, your job is to handle able-bodied people and ableism, right? This is the men, it is your job to handle locker room talk and sexism and misogyny. Like, that's it. It is never, ever, ever the person that is on the receiving end of the condemnation and the oppression and the discrimination to fix it. Because if that were possible, this stuff would not exist.
And people like my parents were changed. I mean, we were Southern Baptists at that. There's Baptist and then there's Southern Baptist.
Girl, Southern Baptist, right here.
Yeah, we just an inch away of a Church and God in Christ. I mean, So my parents changed their way of thinking, and when I got my daughter, they was 10 toes down in helping us. They were open to learn and learn the lingo and learn, what my daughter has to go through to get to where we needed to be. And it was a 40-year struggle. And she didn't completely transition until she was 25 because we wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Yes, coaching can be very toxic.
All religion can be very toxic.
Exactly. Exactly. Our religions can be toxic. So I'm glad you're having this conversation, Dani.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that whoever snatched me out of the thing that I was
TikTok
in,
gods.
whatever the TikTok. I didn't even say bye on the panel I was on. So, yes, Dani. I love you, girl.
Love you too, Miss Natasha. Appreciate you. Diana, did you mean to request up? Diana? Diana going once? Going twice? No? Okay. What up, Frozo?
Hello. How are you doing, Dani? Seems like I missed a lot.
Oh, I'm
I joined
perfect.
About 15, 20 minutes ago. I just came home from work, so I'm in a bit of a crash out mood at the moment. To be quite honest with you, yesterday, really, I was upset yesterday. I'm going to be very, very honest with you, because I don't know why I was upset. I think I know why I was upset. It's that my pro-Pali community, my pro-humanity community had to see a glimpse of what I'm dealing with every day when I'm talking about advocating for my people back home, the obstacles that I'm dealing with. I feel ashamed because I crashed out on the person.
Ain't no shame in crashing out.
He cursed out my ancestors, by the way, and he cursed out my family. So I cursed out his lineage in the native language.
Yeah. Listen, sometimes that it is what it is. Sometimes that's all you got.
But I don't crash out. I'm not supposed to crash out.
No, see, that's a story that you told yourself, is that I'm not supposed to. You're a human being. Like,
yeah, true.
Yeah, you better let that go.
But I'm trying not to crash out. You see, I'm really, and the reason being because I'm trying to channel all of my anger and frustration into my activism, and not just crash out on someone.
But it's okay to have a balance. You're never going to be able to do that 20 all the time, 100%. Like if you manage to channel it 80, 90% of the time, that's an amazing win, right? But let me tell you, I mean, yeah. I just want you to remember, I mean, Jesus turned over tables and braided some whips. That would have been a biblical crash out.
I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not gonna crash out. I just don't want to crash out right now. See, when the crash out comes, I want it to be of biblical proportions, right?
But you don't get to determine that. And so you got to trust that you needed to crash when you crashed, and that's that.
Unfortunately, right? The guy, he was an evil man from the south.
Y'all, he said Igbo. Listen, y'all, he said Igbo, not evil. You know you're
I said
Nigerian.
evil, not evil.
I know,
Yeah.
but I needed to help people. He said IGBO. Not evil, in case y'all
Not
didn't
evil.
catch that little
Okay.
Nigerian accent he got going.
I'll put in the comments. Okay, so that people know what I'm talking about. Okay. Yes. Evil. That's a tribe. Okay, not evil, not EVIL. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I had to
So
help him out.
So I knew the guy was evil
Mhm.
and he was Christian because he came with a lot of Islamophobia against Muslims. He believed that, yes, a tribe, because he believed that Muslims deserve to be dehumanized because of our religion.
Yeah.
And he believes that, everywhere Muslims are, constantly causing problems for everybody and things like that, right? Therefore, we deserve to be dehumanized. And I said, hold on a second. You're trying to talk about Muslims, and you're the same person whom in the area that you are from, Christians are kidnapping Muslim women, creating a whole ass baby making factory and selling children on the black market. And you want to talk about Muslims when that's going on in your backyard.
Right.
He sidestepped that altogether, and then proceeded to curse out my lineage. So then I cursed out his lineage, and then for like 5 minutes, we were basically cursing each other out in our native language, and nobody could understand what was being said.
Productive.
Right? Yeah. Okay. And then I had to apologize to the host. I'm sorry that I crashed out like that. Like you shouldn't have had to have seen that, but I had to. It needed to be said because he needed to be ashamed. He needed to feel ashamed, but he's not ashamed, unfortunately, right? Because he's a mentally enslaved person. And I said that his ancestors are rolling in their graves right now. I said that your ancestors are rolling in your graves. I said that your parents gave birth to an idiot like you.
Not mine.
I said that your parents, in his native language, gave birth to an idiot like you. They should be ashamed of themselves for raising a son like you. That's what I said in his native language.
So for y'all that
know,
yeah, listen, when it's a whole different thing. If you don't know, if you've never been friends with Nigerians, the way they say some things, it's a whole different way of expression. That but go ahead. So I can hear right now. I cussed out your whole lineage.
I did. I cursed out his old lineage. I said your forefathers are rolling in their graves. Your forefathers are ashamed of the words that's coming out of your mouth right now. You house N. I called him a house entry to his face, both in his language and both in English language, so that he got the meaning. Right.
I want to make sure he understood. I got it.
I want to make sure that he doubly understood. Okay, because clearly I said to the host, he wouldn't even know. If you asked him about his own history, pre-colonialism, he would not be able to tell you. And lo and behold, he wasn't able to tell you a damn thing about it. He couldn't even tell you what's going on in his side of the country. He's never been to the north. But he wants to come and talk about Muslims saying that we deserve to be dehumanized. How dare you? Yeah. How dare you utter that statement in front of me?
It's the wild work, right?
Yeah, it is. And that... Yeah, I said that he's a slave. I said that he was a slave to the white man. I did not mince my words with him.
Yeah,
I said you're a slave. The only thing I said you're mentally chained. The only thing then not put you in physical chains. I said that to him as well. That they need to put you in physical chains so that they know who you belong to. But that leading on to, I just needed to let you know that I did have a crush out yesterday. And it's been a while since I've crashed out. I don't usually crash. I said I don't usually do that. I crash out maybe once every 6 months. Because in between my crash outs, normally the people I talk to are too stupid for me to crash out on. And they can't really say anything to trigger me. It's usually people in my own backyard who are being hypocrites that trigger me. It's
Yeah.
typically the hypocrites that trigger me the most, not really people on the opposing camp.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. 100%.
Yeah, and I want to say, as a Muslim, just prefacing this, right? There's actually an entire chapter, and I would love to go through it. It's just like 9 verses.
Girls.
I think you guys are gonna love this. You're gonna love this one. There's an entire chapter in the Quran that's talking about hypocrites. Literally about hypocrites. And you're going to draw so many parallels between Christian hypocrites, Muslim hypocrites, and other hypocrites from that don't even have religion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ricky Gibson,
So-
do you want to go ahead and just request on the panel when Frozo is done? I can come to you next. You're more than welcome. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Frozo.
no, going back, like I once every 6 months, like as I said, that even that is not even every 6 months. It's like 6 months plus. It's just very, very infrequent. And when I do crash out, it's typically very memorable. People don't tend to forget my crash outs, unfortunately.
Yeah. I don't even call things crash out. They just are. You get what you get that day.
Yeah. But straight. So this chapter is literally called the chapter of the hypocrites. Okay.
You're not too old, sir. You're not banned, or you wouldn't be here right now. Are you trying to say that you can't join the panel? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what you're trying to say? That you don't have live access? Is that what you're trying to say, Ricky? Yeah. Well, I'm sure you got a backup account. You got 4,000 followers. I'm sure you got a backup account. Join under your other account.
Yeah, you should have at least like 6 different backups. I've got 6 backups because my 2 other main accounts got permanently banned because I was.
There's no such thing as an age restriction if you are 61 years of age. That's not a thing. I got people in here right now that are 70. There's no age restriction at 61, sir. That's not true. It's not a thing that happens.
Yeah, you should have at least 6 backups, as I said, right? I have 6 backups because my other 2 got permanently banned because I was too anti-Israel and I was talking about the UAE a little bit too much. So the algorithm didn't like me doing that. So, yeah. But moving swiftly on to the hypocrites, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ricky, please do.
All you gotta do is hit this little box right here, Ricky. You got enough followers, so just touch this little box right here.
Yeah, Todd, if you want to be like extremely pro-Pali and like, anti-establishment, you need to have backups because the algorithm doesn't like you being anti-establishment.
I only have 1 backup.
You should add 4 more, get 4 more backups. Then that way you're locked and loaded.
I only have 1 because right now I have too many people pretending to be me. I have to literally. I've had how many fake accounts have we had with people pretending to be me? I don't know, like 5 or 6.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So no. So I just have 1 backup and that's it.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Too many.
Natasha said 6 that I've seen. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen at least 2. I've seen at least 2 pretending to be you, but even 2 is too much. Yeah. But anyways, so when the hypocrites come to you, O Prophet, they say, "We bear witness that you are certainly the messenger of Allah, and surely Allah knows that you are His messenger. But Allah bears witness that the hypocrites are truly liars."
Mm-hmm.
We're off to a great start. So they're going to say, "Oh yeah, we are Muslims." So they'll say the testification of faith. They'll come to you pretending to be Muslims, right?
Yeah.
But Allah or God in this case is testifying that they are liars, that the testimony is false.
Right.
Okay. And then it continues on. They have made their false oaths as a shield, hindering others from the way of Allah. evil indeed is what they do. False oaths. So false testimony
Yeah.
and then false oaths.
Yep.
Okay.
Two different things. Go ahead.
That is
I'm
because
getting. Here we go.
Yep, 2 for 2. Okay. That is because they believed and then abandoned faith. Therefore, their hearts have been sealed, so they do not comprehend. When you see them, their appearance impresses you. And when they speak, you listen to their impressive speech. But they are just like worthless planks of wood leaned against the wall. They think every cry is against them. They are the enemy, so beware of them. May Allah condemn them. How can they be deluded? So, they look impressive. When they speak impressive.
Yep.
Okay. And they think every condemnation against them, they think every cry is against them.
Yeah. In other words, they get to be the victim.
So, they get to be the victim. Okay. And then number 5, so when it is said to them, come, the messenger of Allah will pray for you to be forgiven. They turn their heads in disgust, and you see them turn away in arrogance. So then you've got arrogance. Number 5. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And any parallels been drawn yet, Dani?
It's all the same. Like, it's literally all the same. You know? Girls, chill out for a second. Yeah. You hear this chat? So
pretty much that's all the relevant parts, because the rest is kind of just, remembrance and things like this, and do charity and stuff like that. But that's essentially all of the parts of this verse addressing hypocrites. So yeah. I'm sure we all know. I'm pretty sure they all exhibit those little traits. All of them. There's not really any exceptions.
I'm checking. No, going back. I'm checking right now. I'm checking for the hard stop right now.
But yeah, so why is it? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Because we have a lot of liars in society, right? We have a lot of people who make false oaths, right, to gain trust. They make false promises, and they wear the cloak of religiosity, and they claim a lot of spiritual authority. From your priests to your popes to your imams to your mashaykhs to even your scholars. I would even say that some of the top scholars in the Muslim world today, a lot of them are actually hypocrites.
So I think that the hypocrisy comes because one of the primary functions of organized religion has specifically been manipulation and control. And when that is the intention of an individual utilizing religion, then it has to be hypocrisy, right? And so I think that that's really important that that we address that.
I think it's when religion meets state power, or when state power tries to control religion, right? Because in our history, right, so some of the biggest hypocrites that we've actually had in our religion, in Islam, they have been those who have actually been specifically extremely close to the rulers. Because in the Muslim tradition, it is actually condemnable for a scholar or a cleric to follow the leader. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to go to the ruler and be like the grand mufti of this empire or this state. You're not supposed to be like the grand judge of this state, right? And when empire tries to control religion, it leads to bloodshed almost 9 times out of 10. It leads to bloodshed.
So this is one of the things that, so in the U.S., you might not be familiar with it, but so shortly after 1776, and I want to say it was in 1785. In 1785, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, there was a piece of legislation that was being proposed. And that piece of legislation was specifically to allow the Commonwealth to pay for the salary of any teacher that is teaching Christianity, that is Christian. And so when this was being proposed, James Madison authored this letter called A Memorial and a Remonstrance. And it was specifically to address why this was a horrific idea and should not happen. And one of the things that he talked about was that in every instance in history, when religion is integrated into government, it leads to the abuse and the restriction of people's rights. And he talks about why it's so critical that we don't that we don't do that. And that's just on like the practical, legal, political side of things. He also goes on to talk about the fact that from a spiritual perspective, right? From a spiritual perspective, he said it's an insult to God because God wants you to work out your faith for yourself, right? And so who is the government to dictate to you who you must believe and accept God to be? Yes. And so there's a whole thing that I think it's one like 15 to 18 points that he lays out in this document. And it is an awesome read. But the thing that one of the parts of it that I really love is he talks about how he says, we are just. He said, we are like, we should be alarmed at this first test of our liberties. Yeah, Madison. He said, we should be alarmed that just, so 1776 to 1785, he said, in just 9 years, we are already here where we are basically getting ready to try to implement the very thing that we just got away from. Give me 1 second.
I can give you multiple different examples. Again, I can only speak from Islamic history because that's what I'm intimately familiar with. But I can give you many, many examples of this kind of corruption in law.
So ICE and GOP. Sorry, Frezzo. Sorry, honey. I don't mean to interrupt. So ICE and GOP, you ready to come on the panel? You ready to come on the panel? Because I sent you an invitation. You ready? I mean, I feel like I know the answer to this question already, but since you like to come in here and get attention, I just want to double check. You're very needy in this relationship. I don't know why you're so needy. It's not attractive. But you ready?
I will go on mute. I'll go on mute, just to speak to Dani. I'm very patient.
Yeah. No, he's very needy. The way that he needs attention is ridiculously needy. Yeah. And so literally what's going to happen is when I get done, and this is how petty my ass is, I literally will follow him in every fucking space today. I will. And these screenshots I'm taking every time you pop in my live, I'm going to post them. They're going to be a whole damn story all over my page. And I'm just going to tag you. I'm going to tag Casso, and I'm going to tag Itchy and Dan Trail. I'm going to tag the Boss. I'm going to tag Rowdy. I'm literally going to tag all your people. What do you mean, King Money? I was never like what? I was never like what? I was never like what?
What's up?
What?
Dani, what's going on, Dani?
Yeah, you said you were never like this. Never like what exactly?
Well, I mean, like, you were never like this. Like, I mean, you started to be more pro Islamic regime.
What are you talking about?
Oh, hello, King Money. I know King.
Oh, I know him too. I dealt with his ass yesterday.
Most are you
So let me ask you a question, King Money, because I'm literally sitting here talking about ICE and GOP. There's no one in here is saying anything about Islam right now. And we're definitely not saying anything about the IRGC. And then that's what you thought was a relevant thing to say. Like, it literally has nothing to do with the conversation that's happening right now.
Because last night I actually slept on what you said to me last night. Said,
well, yeah, but it's not all about you. We were in the middle of a whole other conversation.
Okay.
Right.
I was listening briefly earlier, and the conversations about human rights are non-negotiable.
Yeah, that's what it says. Mm-hmm.
And you said a man.
And I've always been this. I have always been. Human rights are non-negotiable.
Okay.
That's not new.
Well, human rights. So why does that have to be like the alphabet community only the one that need human rights?
Where does this say that only certain people get human rights?
Well, 5 of your callers over there is only pro LGBTAIA. And
so what you see is a representation of every level of melanated people. Right?
I don't think so.
Well, I don't care what you think. Again, I told you, I'm not interested in your opinion, but clearly, the fact is this graphic has variations in melanin levels.
Well, I don't think that basically
so listen, I don't care what you think about it, but it is a fact that none of these are the same level of melanin.
So why does he have to have a trans?
Hold on a second. Stop for a minute. Yes, Merlot. Right, Thomas. Clear. So whether you don't think it is or not, I told you I'm always impressed by your aggressive ignorance, and your commitment to it. It's just wild to me because literally in your face are various levels. Like this shade is not what this shade is not what this shade is not what this shade is not. So this represents all the different shades of people. Okay.
Well, I don't
and then I'm still, well, you don't have to see it. I told you be walking around like, listen, your nickname is going to be Bird Box. Every time I see you, your nickname is going to be Bird Box. So just know, every time you come on my space, I'm going to say, what up, Bird Box? You're going to know I'm talking to you. Because you just like Sandra Bullock up in this bitch. Just like this. Look. Let me show you. Right? Just like this.
I'm blindfolded.
I don't see that, Dani. I don't see it. No, I don't know what you're talking about. What? No? Yeah. Bird Box, that's you. So the reality is, hold on a second. I'm finishing. And so most people understand that what we know is that there is no concerted effort to go after the specific rights of cis heterosexual people. Women, yes, but not the categories of people who are cis or heterosexual, right? So when we want to say human rights are non-negotiable, what you would choose, and what I chose in this case, is an image that represents various groups of people whose human rights have been attacked or have been said that they don't deserve them.
Human rights is being attacked?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me, Dani? I mean,
do I sound like I'm kidding you?
Yeah, because the last time I checked, Biden and Barack Obama gave these guys thousands of millions of dollars to
well, the last time you checked would be incorrect because you've never checked. You can't find that anywhere. Okay, do you want? Okay, so listen. Let me tell you what we're not going to do. Here's what we're not going to do. Because listen, don't bring me no damn memes today. Don't bring me a single meme. King Money, unless you can back that up with a verifiable, like data-driven source. I'm going to do, because listen, what did I tell you? I told you yesterday, what you're not going to do in this space is platform your bigotry. I'm not doing that. Okay.
I don't see
And
the
so, I
bigotry,
mean,
I'm
because
just-
here's what I can do for you. I mean, if necessary, I can give you another surface level education about exactly how the human rights of trans and LGBTQIA individuals have been infringed upon in this administration. Now, it will only be a surface level education, but I'll give it to you if I need to.
Okay. So no. You retracted yourself and said under this administration.
No. So let me be clear. Okay. Boy, because you want to act like you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I mean, 'cause I think you ate
Do
some, so
you
that's
know
like-
that you are exhausting?
Oh,
You are
why?
exhausting because you literally are like you desire to be intentionally obtuse. And it's why I have a heart. It's why I let you sit in my chat all day and almost didn't bring you up. Because there's not an authentic, genuine bone in your body to have a fact-based conversation with me on these issues. And
Okay,
because
and
of that, it's just exhausting. It's
Okay,
just
so-
exhausting the how committed you are to your ignorance.
Well, I don't think I'm ignorant because I.
No, you are.
I'm illiterate. Because
No, it's not. Ignorance and illiterate are not the same thing. They are nowhere near the same thing.
Well, okay. Well, I think because you retract yourself just now and said
I didn't retract
This-
anything. Here's what I said to you. Here's what I said to you very clearly. And it's important that you follow the sequences of what I'm saying. So what I said to you is this represents various groups of people that have had their human rights infringed upon.
no, but
I'm going to finish my statement before you interrupt. Okay? And I said that clear, plain as day, period, end of that sentence. And then when you made a claim about Obama and Biden giving them millions and millions of dollars, which is just absolute horseshit, I said to you, you need to provide a fact. You need to provide like a fact-based source on that subject. And don't bring up no damn picture of a meme, right? Because what you just claimed is not even remotely accurate. And then what I said, and here's the difference. And so follow the correlation between these two things. So what I was saying to you is provide evidence to back up what you're saying.
Yeah,
And what I was saying to you is I could give you another surface level education as to when the rights of these individuals have been targeted. And I can start with the current administration. I can start with various groups throughout history. Various groups all throughout history. Right?
Well, I mean,
and so what's important for you to do is to not say, oh, well, this means you exclude this. Stop doing that. Because I'm not going to entertain you today. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, I do understand. I'm going to start
Okay.
with the DOE, the Department of Education. The Department of Education was teaching these things in school.
No, they were
kids.
not. Do you know who picks your school's curriculum?
Hold on 1 second. I just want to find the evidence before
I want to know, do you know who selects the curriculum for your school?
The DOE, I assume.
It would be your state Department of Education, not the federal Department of Education.
I gotta find I want to find this thing here.
Yeah.
Because you just said that there's no such thing happening, and the DOE wasn't defunded because they're doing teaching the kids. To be
No,
gay
that
and
is not.
lesbian.
That is not why. Do you know where the money from the DOE went?
Where did it go? I think you're assuming. So go ahead.
I'm not assuming anything. I know where the money was sent. I know where, using budget reconciliation, they took the money from the Department of Education, and I know what department they put that money to. Do you?
Okay.
Do you know?
Well, no, but I don't know what.
So what are you making a claim? So let me just say this is the problem that I have with you. Is you just said to me, this is what you said. The reason the Department of Education was defunded is because they were teaching this trans stuff in schools.
Yes.
And this is my question. You can't know that. And I'll tell you why you don't know.
That.
Because you don't know where. So share with me what money was taken. What money was taken and where did it go?
Got it right here.
I cannot stand people that are just so dedicated to fucking bigotry. It makes me
I'm not
irritated. You are absolutely dedicated to bigotry.
No, I'm speaking.
Yes, you are. You are absolutely dedicated to bigotry.
It might offend you, but it's
no, you are dedicated to bigotry. Period. Yes.
No, I'm not. Let me.
Yes, you are.
I was debating Santana about the same stuff.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not Santana.
No, I'm just saying I have the info.
Well, then you should have come to class prepared.
Hold on 1 second. I got it right here. Where the fuck is this thing?
I'm gonna be away from the mic for like maybe 5-6 minutes, and then
I got you, Frozzo.
Yeah, I'll still be here on the panel. I'll just be away from the mic.
I got you.
Jesus, I don't know where the frick this shit is now. Okay, hold on. I gotta go do a whole. I gotta do a whole thing already. I know too. Did some physical. Okay, so one of the thing I got right here. It's called the dough. That's the information where I'm getting it from right here. The dough. So let me just.
The what?
The dough. Hold on, I gotta. Not that information right there. I don't even really need that one.
Okay, you're good. Good to go.
Okay, so Donald Trump removed the money and put it in different program. Like for example, every kid that's born in America now they get $1,000 in their bank account.
No, they don't.
Oh yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
They do. They do get $1,000. Each kid get $1,000 and the government match whatever you put in your account.
Oh dear God. So no, they don't. And
yeah, they do. Look it up yourself. Okay. It's called the Trump education program.
Y'all, I'm gonna try. Hold on. I literally might need something. Hold on. Because the struggle be for fucking real right now.
And, okay,
wait, just hold on. Just hold on and pause.
Okay, go ahead.
Just hold on. Because I thoroughly did not intend to even let you touch my panel today. Because it is literally, it is wild. This is one of my largest frustrations.
Okay, so
just hold on. Just hold on.
Okay, so I gotta help me inflation.
So we are talking about funding specifically regarding the Department of Education, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what I would like for you to do is to look into H1. That would be the budget reconciliation bill. And I would like for you to show me where the Department of Education funding money was reallocated.
I got it right here. President Trump signed an executive order.
No. Executive orders are not the fucking bill. This is why I said, listen, do not read to me a damn executive order, because executive orders do not allocate funds. Only Congress does that.
Well,
and I asked you to look into H1, which is the budget reconciliation bill that was passed last year, and tell me where the funds taken from the Department of Education were allocated to. Not to read to me an executive order that doesn't say shit about Department of Education reallocation of funds.
Well, I'm trying to read right now, dog.
No, you're trying to read an executive order, and I'm telling you right now, you're not doing that. And I'm going to cut your ass off, and I'm not going to let you do it. Do you want to know why? Because it's misinformation, and you will not do it on my panel. You will not do misinformation on my panel.
Okay, so you said H1, right?
Yes, that is the budget reconciliation bill.
Okay, hold on.
And anybody that doesn't like how I'm handling King, you can feel free to leave. Because King knows why I'm handling his ass this way. Because he was on here yesterday with the same type of fuckery.
Okay, so you said this is the one beautiful bill that you're talking about.
That is the one big beautiful bill is the bill that changed our budget allocation. I don't gotta try acting with shit. Why don't you try not tone policing me? Here, let me help your ass today. Look, this is how quickly I'm helping you. Cha-ching. Bye.
Well, okay, yeah. So I'm seeing in paragraph 2, legacy protection for current students. Students who already have a grade plus loans are secure one by June 30, 2026.
What are we
So
talking about,
actually
Steve? You're talking about student loans. Student loans we don't have student loans for public education.
Well, I think this is a part of the big,
But I'm asking you
one big
specifically
beautiful bill.
about money that was taken from public education funding.
Okay, so I see roughly $3 trillion across various federal programs target higher educations as primary area for spending.
And higher education is not public education. Higher education is college. So I am asking you about funding for public education, K through 12 in the Department of Education.
Okay, hold on. It's completely contaminated instead of budget reconciliation bills only require a simple majority, 551 votes to pass in Senate, which is illegal. Okay, so this says it allows Congress to defund the agent's primary financial portfolio, such as student loan, and strip away operating budget. So I think this in line with exactly what I'm saying to you.
No, it doesn't. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you the answer. The answer is the Department of Labor has taken over the management of roughly $28 billion in K through 12. That would be our public education system funding, including programs for homeless and low-income students. So they took money from the Department of Education meant for poor and homeless children and others in kindergarten through 12th grade, and they put those funds into the Department of Labor.
Well, I mean, I think that makes more sense. Put it Department.
So tell me why. So we want to have our children work, but we don't want them educated, correct?
Well, I mean, we don't want them sitting at home playing video games. Though.
That's not what we said.
Right?
So is education sitting home playing video? Is education playing video games?
Well, I mean, so far.
So wait. So you want me to tell me? So shut up. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not with you today. I'm just fucking not. I'm just not. You just sound really ridiculous. We don't want them sitting around playing video games. I just said they taking the money from their fucking school. Do your children go to school and sit around and play video games all damn day? No, they don't.
But Dani, do you see the program?
No, I'm asking you a question and you are going to stay on task.
Okay,
Do your children, the question is this, do your children go to school and sit at school and play video games all day? Yes or no?
Well, no, but
No, they don't. Exactly. No, they don't. So when we take funding from our public school systems and we take it away from children that are in low-income communities and low-income housing, or maybe they are homeless children, programs that ensure that those children are able to learn and have access to their public education funding, and it gets sent to the Department of Labor, how does that benefit our children?
As what I said, right, Donnie? Earlier, when Donald Trump and Biden was in power, I mean, these guys was putting this gay agenda all over in school.
Did you just say when Donald Trump and Biden was in power, they put a gay agenda in school? That's exactly what you said. You know what? I said no. I just said no. I said no. I'm not today. I said no. I choose me today. I choose me today. I choose me today. I choose me. I choose me. I'm not giving you an ounce of my energy today. I'm not.
W sanity. Okay.
Yeah.
Sanity is very, very important. I'm sorry I left you, Danny, but it's just
No.
I knew he was gonna go.
Oh, I did too. He was here yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I knew him. I knew him, but I met him online about a year and a half ago.
Dame, do you want to join the panel since you're here?
It was on a profile live, so I don't mind the background noise. I'm actually
Bella, come here, please. Dame, since you're in my chat, do you want to come join the panel?
Don't mind the noise, Danny. I'm just making some.
No, you're good.
Cooking some beans for the fam. But I met him about a year and a half ago, profile live, and he made me essentially a slave in Arabic, because I'm a Muslim. So he called me Abid as a slur because he couldn't deal with what I was saying, and then and I never saw him since. So I remember his voice. I remember his.
Yeah, he was here yesterday.
I just woke up. I'm gonna get my coffee, but I'm listening. I'm gonna come back up after I drink my coffee.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay in the chat though.
Okay.
I'm come back up.
Okay. You want to go? Can you get Ice and GOP with you?
Yeah, I invite him in here.
Love that. Appreciate it.
All right, let me get my coffee. Just drop me down. I'm gonna come back up.
All right. Thanks, Dame. This is how, and I'm gonna choose me even more today. Your ass just earned a block, King. I'm not fooling with you. Hold on. I need to get a cord real quick.
Surprised. It's fine. Rare cargo. I'm quite used to it, as I said, right? I'm used to Islamophobes. I'm used to hypocrites. Using the usual slang. It's not really the worst I've been called, but it is what it is. So, I guess.
Well, you have to get a different one, Sissy. Get one out of the kitchen because I need this one. Get the other red one, Mila. Sorry about that. So let me give a little context. Let me give you a little context, Frozo, because you might not know what's going on. So the last couple of days, what's up, Mr. Barrios? There has been I have had some run-ins with different folks that are FBA, right? Dame and I have butted heads, I don't know, once or twice, like real bad. And then I think the last time we managed to be okay. And he came up today and he was respectful when he came up. I'm assuming he's going to come back. So we'll see how that conversation goes. Ice and GOP, if you want to make your way up in here, he's another one of those. What's up, A-Money? I'm about that life. So then they got really upset with me because I called him out for just the fuckery, right? Just coming and popping off in the chat. Like, for example, Ice and GOP came in here the other day talking about Dani hates black men. If you don't get the fuck out my face with that, like real talk, right? But then don't want to come up and justify that ridiculous ass claim that you made. And then when I called him out in Caso's live in front of 1,000 people sitting in the room, then he was like, Miss Dani, I don't know why you act like that. I ain't never done nothing. And Caso was like, you be going in Miss Dani's live, just popping up in the comments? He was like, no, I don't. Yes, you was here yesterday. And you here today. So I don't know if you saw, but I put up a post earlier today. It was a clip actually from my live yesterday where what I said was what I'm really tired of is seeing men, especially black men, talk to black and brown women in our spaces out the side of their fucking neck, but then not be man enough to come on the panel and have a discussion about their views. And then I went on to say So if what you need is for me to treat you like a bitch in order for you to give me respect, then I will meet you that way. Right? Like if you, I would love to treat you as just a man, just give you respect as a man. But if you have to be treated like a bitch to give me the respect that I deserve as a woman, I will meet you where you are. And so I guess today, hit dogs are hollering, not necessarily Dame. We'll see how he acts. But I guess today, hit dogs are hollering, and I'm here for it. Find me. Find me. Y'all up here doing the work of the damn devil for fucking free. Crazy work. And that's what I mean. But if somebody wants to have an actual fact-based discussion with me, we can do that. And I will do it. And I'm the most patient and you know, long-suffering person there is, right? Unless you want to be obtuse for no other reason than to be an asshole. Like you just want to be used by someone else to cause disruption within the Black and brown community. And that just makes you a sad human being. Just saying. So that's where I'm at. Hey, will you do me a favor?
Turn back to the sensible
ice and
conversation.
Water. And I think your baby sister ate your biscuit, but I can order you something because you took too long to get up. But I can get you something if you want, or you can pop one of those hot pockets in the you hear Mila laughing because she ate his thing. So listen, folks, when I bring you up, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Like real talk, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Okay? Okay, Mimi, not so loud. I know, you hear her. Isaac, I'm aware that you want to come up. How old are you, Isaac? I see you in the comments. I'm not sure who that is. Right. Where are you from? I'm from the United States of America. Where are you from? Okay. Okay. So why do you want to know where I'm from? That's in reference to the subject matter based on what? That where I'm from is relevant to the conversation in what way? You know me, Money. I am navigating this damn request.
Well, but you just brought up a cousin, by the way.
Did I? See?
Yeah.
This one right here?
Yes.
Thank you. See? That's why I was like, I was trying to look.
Okay, I'm going to just X them out from your request.
Okay.
So you can navigate. Here you go.
Appreciate you.
All right, done.
Yeah. See? Thank you very much.
Okay. Good. There's your chat. Hi, guys, by the way. By the way, I just want y'all to know that Dani last night, she was cooking the out of people. Okay, y'all missed it.
You're so silly. You are silly.
She took the night shift and the third shift, okay? It's the same.
Third shift was crazy. Yeah. Y'all, ugh, it was a lot. Yeah, I was on, Money had me on until 2:30, 2:40 in the damn morning.
I kicked her out. Hold on. Who said I had her on? First of all, she didn't want to leave. I had to kick everyone off the panel.
No, it's because of roller coaster Jane. That's why.
Not roller coaster. Hold on. Dani was gonna leave, but then she was like, "Okay, let's see what roller coaster wants. Let me cook her before I go." Okay,
yeah.
Roller coaster. What did you want to say today?
And I still made it to the gym this morning. I sure did because I just was like, because
it was definitely a roller coaster.
You know what? People have irritated. So here's my thing. I want to have meaningful conversations with people that want to have meaningful conversations. Like, for real, I do. And I'm also very irritated with the people who have zero desire to have meaningful fact-based discussion. Like, to me, for you to be on my panel and look at this picture and tell me you disagree that the hands up here show different levels of melanin, why the fuck am I even talking to you? Because clearly all those hands have different levels of melanin. And when you're like, well, Dani, I don't see that. Ninja, get off my panel. Get off. Like, right. That's literally what just happened. And that's why I said, that's why my new nickname for King Money is Bird Box.
Wait, what?
Yeah, girl, you saw the movie with Sandra Bullock. I told King Money, this is him. I don't see it. I don't see it. That's his new, his new nickname is Bird Box.
I'm gonna use that for him too, because that's so funny. Actually, you're right. That's exactly what King Money is. Oh,
right, Bird Box. That's his.
Coming back, no matter what you tell this man.
And he chuckled because I told him, I said, I'm telling you right now, when you come in my room from here on out, every time I see you, I'm calling you Bird Box. So you're going to know I'm talking to you. Every time you're going to know I'm talking to you. And I said, your commitment to aggressive ignorance is astounding. So anyway, Isaac, good afternoon. And how old are you?
Hey, I'm 22, doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic. What would you like to say on the prompt?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, who are the ones or the one who's deciding what human rights are?
I mean, we have laws that guide those. And we have international
Those have to be decided by somebody, right?
Yeah, so those laws are decided on international and national and state levels, right? But there are basic human rights as well. And so the concept is real simple. Your rights end where mine begin.
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think are human rights?
Well, I'm asking you about the prompt so I know what it means before we start talking about what they are.
Yeah, but what do they mean to you?
Well,
because what human right? But so no, I'm not making a claim. I'm stating my position. My position are human rights are non-negotiable. And so if human rights are negotiable to you, right, then you get to say that. And then you can even say, well, this is what I consider to be human rights. So what do you consider to be human rights?
Well, yeah, I think a right would just be an entitlement absent a duty, right? So like you're entitled to something with no duty whatsoever attached to that.
And what are those?
Well, I don't think that there are any entitlements absent duties because I think all rights require the duty of enforcement or else you don't really have them.
Yeah, so you don't think you have any rights because you exist?
No, I just think we have privileges.
Okay. I mean, that might work for you.
Yeah, so that's why I was asking about your argument for why human rights.
Yeah, so what I would say is I disagree, right? I would say I absolutely have a right to my body. It's mine.
Yeah, sure. But who's deciding that right?
Me. It's mine. It's my body. It belongs to me. It belongs to no one else because I'm a full, whole human being. I'm not property. Nobody owns me. Nobody rents me. Nobody leases me. Right? So it's mine. It's me. Just like yours is yours.
Right. So you're the one who
So it's not a privilege for me to have my own body. It is my body.
You're the one who decides your own rights then?
Yes, for my body. Absolutely.
Okay, well then I decide that I have the right to be correct on human rights being non-negotiable.
Sure, of course you can. To you, yeah.
Okay, and if that's equally valid to your position, then that means they are
negotiable.
negotiable.
And yours just ends. And here's the part where it's important. Yours end where mine began. So they can be negotiable for you in your life up until the time that they infringe upon mine.
Right. Yeah. And so then what happens when we disagree on what those rights are?
I mean, it depends on what you try to do with me and my rights.
Well, like for example, I see one of the fists in your thing has an LGBTQ flag wrapped around it. I wouldn't say that transgender women have the right to be in women's spaces, for example.
Yeah,
So
I mean, you might have that opinion, but it doesn't mean that your opinion is a fact or a law, right?
Yeah, I agree. So what happens
Right.
when we have two opinions that collide with each other?
Your opinion is your opinion. You're entitled to
so
your
what happens
opinion.
when my opinion disagrees with yours?
Nothing. You're entitled to your
Well, how do
opinion.
we decide who's right?
It doesn't matter about who's right. What matters is, do you infringe upon someone else's right? So this is my thing. So this is what I want you to maybe this is where we're not clear. Opinions don't end where someone else's opinion begins. Rights end where someone else's rights begin. Right? So I could have, right? So that's the difference. You can have an opinion and think whatever you want. Like there are people all day long that I see on this app that have opinions, and they are bigots, and they are Islamophobes, and they are homophobes, and they are misogynists, and they are sexist, and they are like, people have all kinds of opinions. I have zero desire, and I don't argue opinions. What I discuss are actual facts. And so you understand the difference. Opinions can coexist all the time. Right? But rights end. Yeah. Yeah. So your right to your body ends where my right to my body begins. So for example, if you believe that you had the right to do with your body what you wanted to do with it, and what you wanted to do with it was with my body, then your right to do with your body would end. See, you understand? Right, yeah. You have the right to do with your body whatever you want to do until you want to do something with your body that belongs to somebody else's body.
Yeah, I agree. But
there you
what
go.
happens when we have two contradictory opinions? So like say
nothing happens. We just have opinions that are different.
Yeah, I know. How do we decide which one is going to be the law? Because you said that rights are coming from the law at the beginning
what,
of this.
Baby? Yes, you can. What?
How do we decide which rights are going to become the law? Because you said rights.
Well, there's a whole process for that, but that's not really the purpose of this conversation.
Well, what is that process? Because it's directly related to the prompt.
No, it's not.
Well, if you can't tell me how it's decided, how human rights are decided, then
I already did.
Have no choice but to assume they're negotiable.
Well, no, you do. You have all kinds of choices. You don't have to assume anything. You could just go find out yourself.
I would have no reason not to assume.
Well, sure you would. Sure you would. It's just called an education. Of course you would.
Yeah. So educate me. How do we decide?
Well, no, but that's not my responsibility. Well, I mean, you have parents, and you have a public school system, and you have the ability. You have the whole ass internet. Educating you is not my responsibility. Right? Yeah, that's not my responsibility. So what? This is the point that I'm making. Okay. What I have shared with you, okay, is very simple. Rights, human rights, the things that we are just simply entitled to because of our existence. Those, like the example that I gave you, right, about my own bodily autonomy and my body belonging to me, those don't have to be decided by law. I don't need Congress to say that my body belongs to me, because I know that from the time that I'm born, right? And so there's no process necessary. And what we all understand, and we teach this to our children, right? Which is why, like, when they go to kindergarten, we say, keep your hands to yourself. It's why we tell everybody, are you in my personal space? Like we understand this as a functioning society, that we have our own spaces that belong to us and not to infringe upon that of other people. And that's just a basic, it doesn't take law to do that, right? We don't have to pass a law that says in kindergarten, your personal space is 3 feet out from you. Like, we don't have to do that because we're a functioning society. Okay.
Well, we do have
and then I'm going to finish, Isaac. And then what we understand is that your rights end where mine begin, and vice versa. So for example, I have autonomy and my body belongs to me. And so I might meet Isaac in the street and want to double up my fist and punch you in your fucking face, because it's my body and I have the right to do with my body what I want. But my right to do with my body ends where your right to have your body not be punched in the fucking face begins. And so that's how we understand. My right to do with my body what I want ends where your right to do with your body what you want begins. And that's not difficult.
Okay. So makes sense. So going back to the question I was asking you, if two rights are diametrically opposed to each other, so I decide my right is one thing, you decide your right is another thing, and we disagree, how do we decide which one is going to become the law?
So this is the point that I'm making. So we've already discussed this. What you discussed previously was opinions. You said when our opinions are diametrically opposed. I don't give a shit what your opinion is.
Yeah, I know. So
yeah, I don't care. I don't care what your opinion is.
Factually correct.
Here's the thing. I don't care what your opinion is. What I would say to you, you find out if your opinion is wrong when you infringe upon somebody else's bodily autonomy. So, for example, Isaac, if you believed that your right was to meet in out in public and punch me in my fucking face, then you would find out you were wrong when I whipped your fucking ass, right? So that's how we find out. We find out we have infringed upon other people's rights when they let us know.
So I would be wrong if you beat me up in response to me punching you in the face.
Say it again.
Like what I'm going by what you just said. I'm repeating that back.
Well, say it again though, because say it again.
Let's say hypothetically, which I wouldn't do this, but let's say hypothetically, I said that my right was to punch you in the face in the street.
Yes.
I said that I would find out that I'm wrong because you would beat me up, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that means that your rights come from your ability to enforce them.
No, it means I have the right to enforce my rights as I see fit. And you have the right to fuck around and find out that you were wrong about what you thought your right was.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Is so the way.
So I think what you're mistaking, you are saying that rights has to be legal, and that's not the case. And how do we know that? Because we know throughout society, before we had legal systems, we understood what people's rights were. Legal systems are not required. The only times that legal systems are required to determine rights are when people don't have respect for other people's rights.
Yeah, that makes sense. So
yeah.
I'm asking you, that's what you said at the beginning of this. So I'm asking you, in the absence of a legal system.
1 second, please. Thank you for letting me know. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Okay, well then you apologize and don't do it again, please. Okay.
So going back to what you said at the very beginning, in the absence of a legal system, how is it decided what those rights are? Who's deciding what those rights are?
We already covered this. We just literally gave a whole ass example.
Well, no, I must have missed. I must have not heard it at some point because you told me that
Butters.
We don't. Yeah, what you told me is that the legal system is not necessary for us to know what our rights are, right?
No, what I said is that. So what I said is that the legal system has not always been necessary to determine what rights are. You want to equate rights to laws.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm saying
well, you are, because you said who determines what the rights are.
Yeah.
And if you're saying determining what a right is, how are you saying that right would be defined? Typically, you would be saying who's making that a law, right?
No, a right is an entitlement.
Okay, so in your opinion.
Well, how else would you define it?
I've already defined it like a myriad of ways.
So you actually believe that rights are just legal protections?
No, I literally said the exact opposite. So what is your point? You believe that human rights are negotiable?
Well, yeah, it necessarily follows in your view, because if you can't tell me who...
No, but I'm asking you. No, I'm not asking you anything about me or my opinions or my thoughts. I'm asking Isaac. Does Isaac believe that human rights for human beings is something that is negotiable?
Well, I don't know which definition of right we're using, so I can't answer the question yet.
Well, what definition of right do you use?
If we use legal protections, they'd have to be negotiable.
Yeah, but so I'm asking you, what is your definition of a human right?
Well, I'm trying to figure out if we can get one to agree on.
No, I'm asking you what yours is. Because here's what I don't expect. Okay, and maybe this is where we differ. I don't expect for you to have the same moral definition of human rights and have respect for other people's humanity the way that I do. Like that would be it just wouldn't be a wise thing to do. Have an expectation that someone else is going to respect human beings and respect humanity in the same way that I do. I know that everybody is not built like me. I know that everyone doesn't. History teaches me that, right? If people just were decent human beings and respected human beings for being human, then we would have never had chattel slavery. We would have never had, oh my gosh, the things that we did in mental health facilities. We would have ever had forced sterilization of people. We would have never had the Tuskegee experiments, right? So if everyone had the same fundamental desire to respect other people as just human beings, whole in and of themselves, then none of these things would have ever occurred. So I don't expect to have a singular definition of human rights that everyone is going to agree on. I don't expect that. And so what I do is I determine what it means for me. And based on what it means for me, I live my life by that standard. Right? And then you get to determine for you, Isaac, what are human rights to you? What do you believe that human beings, all human beings, should have?
I don't know that there's anything that all human beings should have. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, you can't ask me. I don't get to decide that for you.
Well, you're making the claim in the prompt, so I have to ask you.
No, you don't. No.
How am I supposed to answer the prompt if I don't know what
it's not a question.
Yeah.
The prompt is not a question.
Right,
yeah, the prompt is not a question. It's not a claim. It's a statement.
It's like a claim is a statement.
No, they're two different things. So if I go to make an insurance claim, I'm claiming something that occurred and there's a reason. But if I'm just making a statement, it's a statement, and this is my statement. This is my statement for me. My statement is very clear. Human rights are non-negotiable for me. And I've already explained to you what that means to me, what that is for me, how it works for me, how it operates. What you have yet to do, Isaac, is say, what is a human right for you? What do you believe? And then you said, I don't believe that there's anything for everybody. And if that's the case, you are entitled to be that person, right? And that's okay. You're just not going to be my people.
I'll answer the question then. I think a right is a leflipidoo.
Okay. And what?
Yeah, no, that's what rights are. Rights are leflipidoos.
Okay.
Yeah, so then they would definitionally be negotiable.
For you, sure.
Yeah, but I'm just making a statement.
Right, and here's what I would tell you is feel free to flip a do and find out. Like literally, like that's your choice. So Isaac, everyone gets to choose how they walk through this world and how they choose to show up. Right? So whether it's a flip a do or a fuck around and find out, it ends the same. Period.
How does it end?
However it ends for you. It doesn't end the same for everyone. Right? Okay. So I'll give you an example. When I was in the third grade, and there was a white boy who thought he had a flip-a-do about my human right to ride the bus as a biracial girl and be friends with a white girl. He thought he had a flip-a-do right to say whatever he wanted to say about that. And I had a fuck around and find out right to whip his fucking ass on the bus and then go on about my business. And so that's how it worked for him. He figured out in that moment whether a flip-a-do assumption about a person of color's right to be friends with a white girl on a bus was something he wanted to express. And did he want to try to impress or push his right upon me? And he found out that that was not in his best interest 16 stitches later, right? And so that's fine. No worries, no law needed. Just an example, and he learned. And now, whether he has other flip-a-do lives or not, I don't know. Maybe he has other flip-a-do rights. I don't know. He didn't have any more flip-a-doos with me.
What's a flip-a-do?
Well, what's it to you?
That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking what it is to you so we know what we're talking about.
Well, I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
If you don't know what it is that you're talking about, it was the word you used. So what does it mean to you? I know what it means to me.
You have to decide that for yourself.
And I did. Thank you.
Okay. So for me, it means a floobagoblin.
Okay, great.
All right. So now that we know that rights are the flippadoos, or in other words, a floobagoblin.
A what?
What I want
Say the second one again.
A floobagoblin.
Okay, yeah, because you said it different the second time, but keep going.
I think I said it the same way.
You didn't, but it's okay. Go ahead.
It's a floobagoblin. Yeah.
Sure.
So what you're saying is, in that example you provided, one right collided with what your conception of a right was, and the way that it was dispelled is you used force, correct?
Yeah, I did. Absolutely.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So when two rights collide, the way that it's decided which one is going to become the right one is by force, right?
No, not all the time. Absolutely not.
So okay,
why would you say that?
When else? How else is it decided other than force?
Oh my gosh. It's decided in conversation. It's decided in
So negotiation.
Hold on one second. No, I didn't. I said conversation. Conversation is not negotiation. Give me one moment, please. Yes. Oh, wait, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you. And then this is the question I'm going to ask you. Do you remember what happened this morning? Do you want that to happen right now?
No.
Then I suggest you do what you need to do and not go down this road. Okay. Mila, you hit her again, you lose technology for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Yep. Keep your hands and feet to yourself.
Can I get outside the door?
So, and as an example, I just taught the youngest grandchild to keep her hands and feet to herself because the older grandchild has the right to her own body and to not be hit. See that?
Right. So,
Yeah.
okay. And so if the younger child disagrees, you would use force to resolve that contradiction, right?
Did I just use force?
If conversation didn't do enough, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, you can go sit on the porch. What? No,
If
you.
asking
So
nicely
listen.
doesn't
So
do enough.
no.
Because some people are really dogmatic in their concept of what a right is. So
Right, and that's for those people, right? And that's for those people.
Okay, so what you're saying is there are situations in which force could be necessary, but if force is not necessary, we can use negotiation to decide.
I didn't say
rights.
negotiation. I said conversation, and they are not the same thing.
Well, okay, so what's the distinction between a conversation about what?
I have conversations all the time. Like I'm conversing with you right now in this moment, and we're not negotiating anything.
Right, but if you were asking me to do something, you would be negotiating with me.
No, I'm not asking you to do anything. I don't have to ask you for my rights.
I'm saying in the hypothetical, if you ask me nicely to do something, you're negotiating with me to do that thing, right?
No.
What do you think negotiating means?
I'm asking. That's not a negotiation. A negotiation would be, I ask you to do a thing. You say, no, I don't want to do a thing. And I offer you something to do it. Or you say, no, I don't want to do this, but I want to do that. Like you go kind of, negotiation requires an exchange back and forth. Right. And that's not the same thing. No, it's not. A conversation and negotiation are different because they have different outcomes. A conversation, you are not trying to get something from the other person.
Right. But a negotiation necessitates a conversation.
No, not always.
So when can you have a negotiation without a conversation?
That is up to you, Isaac. What does that have to do with the prompt? Oh, I know he knows, y'all.
You gave me an example of when rights could be negotiable.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so hold on. So if
I literally just said to you, human rights are not negotiable.
Right. Hold on. I'll clarify this. So if you ask me nicely to respect your rights, and I say no, and we go back and forth, and that's negotiating.
No, that's not. But we don't go back and forth over you respecting my rights.
So okay. So what happens if I disagree with one of your?
It
rights?
depends on what you do to my rights. I didn't say disagree. Right. What happens if you infringe upon my rights depends upon what you infringe upon and how you infringe upon them.
Okay. Well, I'm not talking about infringing specifically. If I say a human right should be this thing, and you say a human right should be this,
that's just your fucking opinion, and it doesn't matter to me what your opinion is.
Hold on, are you gonna let me clarify what I'm saying? You keep on cutting me off. If two conceptions of what a right should be are contradictory to each other, and you ask me nicely to respect what your conception of a right is, and we go back and forth about what that is or the way it should be. That's negotiation, right?
No, that's a discussion.
What's the discussion?
Yeah, it's just a discussion. So here's the thing. So Isaac, let me be clear. Number one, I am not going to ask you. So listen, Isaac, listen. Isaac, listen.
You gotta clarify.
I'm not going back and forth with you about what your opinion is regarding what you think human rights are, or if you think human rights are or aren't negotiable. You're entitled to your opinion. I don't really care what your opinion is. I don't care what you think human rights are or what they aren't. I don't care if you think human rights are or aren't negotiable. It doesn't matter to me what your opinion is, because that's just your opinion, right? It is only in the applicable. It is only in the actual exercising, right? So unless you do something or take an action that infringes upon my rights, right, then we have an issue. And how does that get resolved? It depends upon what is the right that you infringed upon and in what manner. Because there's never going to be a singular solution for any one scenario.
Okay, I'll propose a scenario then, okay?
Yeah, but I'm not doing hypothetical scenarios.
What is it?
I'm not doing hypothetical scenarios because we've already done a bajillion of them.
This isn't a hypothetical. This is
you just literally said, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. You literally just said, I'm going to give you a hypothetical.
Okay, well, this one is actually going to be based in real life, right? You ready?
Sure.
So you say it's your right to say that human rights are non-negotiable, right?
I didn't say that, but go ahead.
It's what the prompt says.
No, the prompt does not say it's my right to determine that human rights are non-negotiable. That's not what the prompt says. The prompt says
right to determine
the prompt says human rights are non-negotiable, which is a statement.
Do you have a right to make that statement?
Of course I do.
Okay, so I also have the right to make the contrary statement that
of course you do. We've already covered this. Of course you do.
Okay, so if we disagree on if human rights are negotiable, how is it solved?
It doesn't have to get solved because I don't know you and I don't care what you think.
Okay, but when we're going to make laws?
But now, see, you want to make law. You want to equate rights with legal. You see, this is what you said you didn't want to do, and that's what I'm telling you. So, and this is what you and I. This is what I said in the beginning. I said you want to equate human rights with a law, and that if a law doesn't exist, then it's not a human right. And but again, you literally just said, how do we determine it in law? And my point is, and this is my opinion. My opinion is that people who need laws to figure out what human rights are probably shitty human beings that don't respect people's human rights.
That's not what I'm saying. Are you gonna let me clarify?
I didn't ask you if that's what you were saying. I just gave you my opinion. So I'm going to repeat my opinion again so that everyone hears what I'm saying. And now you're interrupting me, Isaac. Please don't do that, Isaac. Don't interrupt me. So here's what I'm saying.
Me every time I've spoken.
Except I have not. Don't lie.
Yes, you have. You just didn't know.
Everybody in the panel, everybody who's listening, everyone who's listening, have I interrupted Isaac every time he's spoken? Yes or no? Have I interrupted Isaac every time he's spoken?
I'll clarify my position.
But no, not until I finish mine.
You just interrupted me.
Not until I finish. So let me make sure that you understand how it works. This is not your space, Isaac. This is not your space. And I'm going to finish addressing my space and my live. That's what I'm going to finish doing. That's what I'm going to finish doing. Okay. So here's the deal, folks. All right. And this is what I said very, very clearly. My personal opinion is, my personal belief is that if someone needs you to define human rights, and even worse, needs a law to tell you what is or isn't a human right, is probably someone that doesn't respect humanity in all people, and therefore doesn't respect human rights in the first place, right? Because people who respect human rights don't need laws to tell them what somebody else's human rights are. And that's my
Yeah.
personal opinion, which is why I said I don't give a fuck what your opinion is about what is or isn't a human right.
Okay. So, right. I didn't make the claim that rights were always based in law, but you would agree with
I
me,
didn't
right,
say that you did, Isaac.
You did say that.
No, I
But
did
if
not.
you have okay, well, you answer my question then. If I have a conception of what a right is, and you have an alternate conception of what a right is, you would agree, right? We're going to try to make laws that reflect those rights, correct?
No, I don't agree.
Well, okay, so do you want like trans women to have the right to be in women's spaces?
This isn't a discussion about trans people in spaces. And
What is this a discussion
let me
about?
just offer this. Let me just offer this, folks, to you. When you come into a room, and the prompt has nothing to do with people's private parts and going to the restroom, and it seems to be the thing that you want to talk about a lot. And this is just, I'm just going to offer a piece of wisdom. It seems a little creepy, and it makes it seem like you are someone that could be on a list that doesn't give out candy at Halloween, can't get a house beside a park or a school. Like when you seem really, really overly concerned with
Dani,
other
is that your
people's
opinion?
private parts. I'm speaking, Isaac, don't
Dani,
interrupt.
is that your opinion?
Isaac, don't interrupt.
Is it your opinion, Dani?
Don't interrupt. So again, it's very, very weird to me that people are obsessed with other people's body parts and how they go to the bathroom. It's just very weird to me. And it seems I don't know, like maybe there's a lot of things that it could seem. Yeah, it's very creepy. It's very weird.
Is that your opinion?
Are you still interrupting? Don't interrupt. Yeah. So again, just so everyone is clear, I think I've been pretty clear on my positions about what those things are and what they're not. Yeah, I'm not really sure why. I couldn't really tell you. I don't know. Yeah. So
was that an opinionated statement?
I literally said the statement was my opinion.
Okay, well, I disagree with it. That's my opinion.
Great. I don't care that
So,
you disagree. You're
okay,
allowed to
but
have your own opinion.
You agree when you call somebody a creep, you'd be infringing upon some.
No. And I didn't call you a creep. I said being obsessed with other people's private parts and them going to the bathroom is creepy. And creepy.
You said my ideology was creepy.
And no, I didn't say anything about an ideology.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You said the fact that I brought up trans women in women's
Nope.
spaces was a creepy.
It's not what I
thing to do.
said.
That's literally what you said, bro.
It's literally
That's
not what I
exactly
said.
you said.
Well,
That's exactly
you can
what
think
you
whatever
said.
you want. I said it's creepy. And just so that we're clear, because I know like people have questions about like education, but creepy is a descriptor, which is an adjective.
For what?
Yeah.
What is a descriptor for?
It's a descriptor for someone who cares about people's private parts and what they do and where they go to the bathroom. I believe that's creepy.
So a creep?
Did you hear what I just said? I believe it's creepy to be concerned about people's private parts and where they go to the bathroom.
Yeah, and somebody who behaves in a way that's creepy is a creep, right?
I don't know. Are you? I didn't say that.
I'm asking you about the thing that you just said for clarity.
I'm very clear what I just said. If you're
Well,
not,
no,
maybe you should get, well, then I don't know what to tell you. I think everybody else is clear. What I just said is.
I think what you said is very skibbity boobly.
I don't care. You're entitled to your opinion again.
Well, it's very relevant to the conversation that you accept that what you just said is skibbity boobly, or else your entire position is invalidated.
Okay.
So you admit that your entire position is invalidated?
I don't know, you guys. It's weird. Yeah.
I'm a bit lost. What's going
No, Frozo, listen, he literally is making up words to try to do whatever. Like, he's literally a child.
You're supposed to know what they mean.
He's literally a child, Frozo.
That's what you're doing. You can't define the word.
So you're going to stop interrupting because you don't run my panel, Isaac. You don't run my panel, Isaac.
Since we're kind of in the same
I own this
generation,
panel.
I'm going to let me see if he's gone. Never mind. Because I was going to give him quite a bit of a real world example.
There's no need. Literally, there's no need.
Yeah.
It like that. Literally,
He
this
just
is
said I own this panel. Boy, bye.
right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You own what panel?
He owns nothing. He doesn't even own a fully developed frontal lobe. He doesn't even own a fully developed frontal lobe. He owns absolutely
Dani
nothing.
Owned Joe ass just now. Actually, she cooked the shit out of you talking about I own this.
It's crazy.
Why do people like?
He's 22 years old. I owned you. You don't even own a fully developed frontal lobe.
Not I own you, boy.
Like, it's just so wild. It's just so wild. But again, so like understanding that. Okay, I got you. No worries. So this is why you really, so when you understand who you're dealing with, and what their objective is and whatever, and how just pathetic truly that type of behavior is, it just is what it is. You know what I mean? I'm not embarrassed for him. I mean, as an adult who has children older than him, I'm embarrassed for his mother. I'm embarrassed for his parents, and the people that he represents. Like, that's the type of human being that is now operating out in the world, like as a part of society, right? And so, yeah, I'm embarrassed for them that's the way that your offspring has gone out into the world and is choosing to engage with people, right? I mean, it's crazy.
I'm not surprised by that because it seems like it's quite a trend for these new these new young new age pseudo intellectual Americans who think. I mean, it's the same in the UK as well. It's the same problem in the UK anyway. But they all seem to think that they're more intelligent than everybody else, and they know something that the rest of us don't, and they've got this experience that somehow the rest of us is somehow missing because of our advanced age, if you will, and they think they can just talk to us however they like.
Yeah.
No, that's just not going to happen.
Let me do me a favor, because I know that Dame has requested Money. Can I get you to give me a quick mod break, and then I'll come back and we'll bring Dame up to the panel. Cool. Money.
Yeah, baby.
Can you give me a mod break real quick?
Yeah, I got you. Go.
Thank you.
Okay, y'all, girl. It's your girl Money in the mother effing building, and this is Dani's panel. So we are at 334,000 likes. Let's get that to 400. There's like 500 people in the room. If y'all all double tap to the power bar goes up 5 times, that should put us way over the 400. The shares are at 311, which is kind of sad. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Can all 500 y'all share to at least 10 people that you haven't shared to? That will definitely put us way over the 1K if y'all just do that. And then if you haven't joined, let me see how many people she has on the team. We have 1,019 people on the team, y'all. Big mother effing W. But if you haven't already joined Dani's team, there's an orange heart right by her name. You click it, you press that 1 coin. It's only 1 coin. And then when you're done with that, you click it again to claim the points. That's the only way to be claimed as part of her team. Okay, so with that being said, be a part of her team. And if you haven't already heard of Project for the People, there's a LINK in her bio, where she has been working very, very hard on Project for the People. And she has done, I think, up to 50 states. And I think she said she's like at 4,000 people or 2,000. I don't remember the number. It's a lot. It's too many numbers to be remembering, okay? But there's LIK in her bio. Go look at the Project for the People. We're trying to change the world over here, y'all. One person at a time, okay? Thank you. And that's my announcement. Yes, please share individually. And y'all, don't share to the same people. TikTok will consider that as spamming, and they don't like that shit. So don't do that. Also, if you repost the live, that's also That helps boost the live as well. If you repost and then if you share it to your story, that'll help her boost even more to more people to get her more on the FYP page as well. That's a lot, but yeah. Y'all know what to do. I told y'all what to do. And also, if everyone just drops one coin as well, like a rose or something, that'll also help boost her as well.
Whew. Appreciate you, A Morning. All right. Okay. Yeah, and that's true, Jess. His parents could act the same way. I don't know. But in that case, the embarrassment just goes up a notch in the genealogy tree. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and bring up Dame so we can have a conversation. I think this is the first time Dame's joined my panel, which is cool. You got your coffee in you?
Yeah.
What kind of coffee you drink?
Starbucks.
I meant flavor.
Ethiopian, 1971.
Listen, the Ethiopian coffee ain't no damn joke. I'll be up all damn night until tomorrow with some Ethiopian coffee. All right. So what brings you over into my space, Dame?
Well, you're entertaining. And I just wanted to know, the premise of the background. Human rights are non-negotiable.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know, where's that coming from? Like, who is saying that human rights are, besides the guy that just left? I think he was kind of like trolling to a certain extent, even though he made some okay points. Who's actually saying that human rights are non-negotiable?
Me, it's my life. Me. I'm saying that.
I'm sorry. Well, who's actually saying they are negotiable? Excuse me.
Hold on a second. Sorry. Michael David, that's where I got mine the last time was the DeKalb Farmers Market. That is the last place I got my Ethiopian coffee. Yeah. So, okay. So what was the question again?
I mean, you're saying they're non-negotiable. I think I would say politically, socially, everyone agrees with that for the most part. So who's saying that they're not negotiable? I don't think
that people do. I don't think that people are saying that across the board, right? And so I think that people are making them conditional based on what they do or don't agree with in somebody else's life, right? So, for example, I don't necessarily have to agree that what you choose to do with your body. I'll use so I don't know if you know this or not, but in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, in the state of South Carolina, you don't have to wear a helmet to ride a motorcycle. Did you know that?
No.
What, baby? Okay, I'll text him and see. Yeah, so in the state of South Carolina, you don't have to wear a helmet to ride a motorcycle. Okay. See, Petal said that's crazy. Exactly. So I don't agree with that. I don't think that it's smart. I think that it's dangerous. I think it could be very, very harmful, not only to the person on the bike, but to other people. I think that it can be an issue from, a healthcare perspective and all these different things. Right. And because that is the law and that's someone else's choice. Right. I don't have to agree with it to respect their right to wear a helmet or not wear a helmet, right? Because it's their body. If they want to ride a motorcycle, and I've seen this at 80 miles an hour with no damn helmet, then that's what they do. It's not for me, whether I agree with it or not, whether I think it's smart or not. It's their body if that's what they choose to do with it, I see people who do things like, the folks that have the extreme piercings or makeup where they put the little implants in and they look like aliens. And you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, Dane? The people who do things like that? Yeah. Okay. I don't think that's healthy. I just have I wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? And at the same time, not my body. Right. Extreme body modifications. Exactly. I just go, ooh, but that's their body, right? And so if that's what they choose to do, I don't have a say in that. And so for me, that's it. But there are other people in this country and in Congress and around the world that believe if they disagree with the way that someone chooses to exercise their own autonomy and or their own human rights, if they disagree with it, they believe they have the right to legislate that option and that free will away from them, even though it has nothing to do with them. And I don't believe that.
Okay, well, I think the government does have a responsibility when it comes to minors, especially when the parents are being, I would say, negligent in the decision making of said body. But I don't really see anyone. Only time I see someone having a say so on someone's body is when it's like possibly affecting another body, sort of like a fetus or something. I don't see anyone saying women can't get their body modified to how they want to do it. They could get the biggest breast, the biggest butt. They can do whatever they want. But when it comes to another life,
but they actually can't, Dame. So do you know that? So for example, I could not get my tubes tied when I desired to. My own tubes, just mine. I could not do that until I was of a certain age or I had a certain number of children. Did you know that that's a thing?
No, I didn't know. Why? I didn't know that.
Yeah, this is a thing. This is a thing that exists.
I don't agree with stuff like that.
But this is what I'm saying. So you see the women in the comments that are going, same for me, same for me, same for me. These are the things that some people don't know, right? About the issues that we face because of bodily autonomy issues. And when people think that they should be able to determine. So it's one of the reasons why when women hear Dr. Oz use a phrase like, we're under-babied, we automatically understand. We hear that whistle for the threat that it is, because you want to determine when and if women can choose not to have babies. And it's been that way.
So you don't believe in declining birth rates for Black and white people?
No, it's not about whether or not I believe. Sorry, go ahead.
No, because I hear a lot of people get angry because President Trump did the Trump account. So if you have a child under this administration, like I'm not denying they're trying to get people to have children, but I'm trying to find the problem in that, especially when you have declining birth rates across the main races, Black and white, in this country. I don't see
the problem is that it's not for you to determine or to impact somebody else's desire to have children. It literally, and then the other thing on the other side of that, and this is the part that I really don't think people think about.
But we need children.
Okay, but Dame, but do you understand? But can I ask? But listen to me, Dame. Do you understand what you do to a child when you force a child to be born to someone that doesn't want them? Do you understand that you have a child that is now being raised by people that don't want to have children? And I don't think that anybody is considering the impact of that environment on that child. It's like we don't care. We don't care about the health and well-being of the child at all. We're not considering what that must be like.
Okay, well, this is where accountability comes in, Dani, because that child, that fetus, didn't just pick up and evolve into a woman's belly.
But hold on.
That woman created the child, and she has multiple ways to avoid it.
Okay, so hold on.
Point, we're talking about accountability.
Okay, so hold on, and we'll get to that in a second because I don't want to jump from one thing to the next. So number one, folks in the chat, here's what I want you to do. Is I want you to understand that there are certain phrases that Dame and other folks who share his opinions use, and they are meant to get the reaction from you that they just got. And so what I would ask you to do is just simply not react to them. Don't react to the outlandish thing that's being said, because it takes away from Hold on a second. Dame, hold on 1 second. Dame. I'm talking to them for a reason. Listen, because then what it does is it detracts from the actual conversation and the actual like validity and the factual basis of the conversation, right? So for me, whether Dame believes or not that women are made for the purpose of having babies, I don't care, because I'm not fucking Dame and having no kids with Dame, right? So if that's his opinion about what women are made for, then that's his opinion. I don't care how Dame as an individual sees women.
Like that.
I'm telling, but Dame, but no, Dame, but that's what they were responding to. Listen to me. That's what they were responding to when you said it. They immediately, you might not have seen the comments, but that when you said it, that's exactly what happened in this chat. And so what I'm saying to them is those types of statements. Yeah, you can.
Because people are already doing stuff, making me say stuff I didn't say. When I say that, I mean, when I say that's what they are for, that's what God gave y'all the gift to create life. That's a great thing. I don't see no negative in that. Of course, we was having like a back and forth, so I just said it like that. But creating life, that's a gift.
So listen,
I don't see nothing bad about
but
that.
Dame,
and if some men could just do it on their own, some men probably would say, you know what, I could just create them by myself. But that's not the case.
But it's not the case for women either. I just want to be clear. Creating life doesn't require one party or the other. Creating life takes two, right? And then women carry the life and deliver the life. But creating the life is not a sole venture, right? Creating life requires two different components, okay? And so when we talk about that, men actually have a greater gift than women do in terms of creation, because men can create a whole lot more life than women can. Women can only give birth once a year. Men can impregnate many. I mean, if we are concerned with people being underbabied, go find some women that want to have a bunch of babies and y'all soil your oil roast all damn day long and let those women have all those babies. But for the women that do not want them, and for the women that have no desire to, right? Then what we're not going to do is reduce their ability to protect themselves from having them. And you do that when you start to limit access to certain things. And so this is the point that I'm making. So when we go back and we talk to what we were talking about at the very beginning, okay? At the very beginning, when we were talking about whether or not people are saying human rights are or aren't non-negotiable. And you said, I don't think anybody is making it that way. And I said, yeah, people are making it conditional. And it's conditional based on what you think is best for someone else. And what I am saying to you is that, like, I could just be like, oh, well, that's just wrong. But if we can actually talk about it, because I am 53. I know what it is like to go to the doctor and say, I would like to have my tubes tied, and be told, you're only 26. You cannot do that. You only have one kid, which is wild.
Yeah, that's just not cool.
But but when you say not cool, imagine, Dame, imagine if someone could tell you that you had to have more children, or you had to run the risk, because you said that now it's about accountability. But the woman was trying to be accountable. The woman was saying, I don't want any more, right? And we know that no matter what happens, like with my first.
Wait, so it's not to cut you off. I'm just trying to get clarity. So it's actual legislation in some places, so where women can't. It's not because any medical reason or anything like that.
Right. It's not a medical reason. Yeah, we used to actually have to have. We used to also have to have our husband's permission, just like the same way that women couldn't buy houses or cars or have credit lines without their daddy or their husbands. It was the same thing with whether or not we could choose for ourselves not to have babies.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't know if that's a red or blue state, but I don't agree with that. I mean, yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't know but you kind of didn't answer my question, and I guess that's why they are doing it, because we have a declining birth rate.
But my point is, okay, so then, but here's the thing. Okay, so I hear you, we have a declining birth rate. Heard, okay? I also want to say Because when we separate out issues and we act like the solution to a declining birth rate is simply have more babies, that's problematic, because that's not the solution. Having more babies in and of itself isn't necessarily a great thing. We could have a ton of babies that can't be well taken care of. We could have a ton of babies that have health issues. We could have a ton of babies that don't have access to health care. We could have a ton of babies. I mean, like, there's so many different things. It's about more than just the numbers of just having babies, right? Because all you're doing is you're treating children like Mustangs at your Ford factory. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a thing. It's like, what about the quality of the child? What about the quality of the human being that we have? And I think that's the thing that we're right, like cattle. Exactly.
That's why I mentioned those investment accounts. I believe that. I kind of agree more with the left when it comes to if they want you to have more children. Yeah, they do have to be taken care of. But at the end of the day, it's not the government's job. It's really not. It's not the government's
And then
job.
it's not the government's job to make us have more kids either. If it's not the government's job to create a society.
Why don't y'all want
Hold on, Dame.
to be able
Let me
to exist? You don't
Dame,
want the black race to stay
listen,
around.
Dame.
We have a declining birth rate.
Dame, listen. If it's not the government's job to create a society in which we can afford to have children that are healthy and whole and all the things, then it is not the government's responsibility to tell us we need to have more babies or have to have more babies. Like, if it's not the government's responsibility to determine the environment and the and our ability to take care of the children that they want us to have, then it's damn sure not the government's responsibility to tell me we need to have more babies. It's either your responsibility or it's not.
Well, they're not telling you. They're just incentivizing you.
No, they're not.
Things. This administration is incentivizing you to.
So,
not telling you to.
No, Dame. The same way that you did not know about women not being able to tie their tubes, there are things that you don't understand, and you keep thinking. And the phrasing that you're talking about is this administration. And here's the thing: I'm not going to get into an argument. I literally don't care about Donald Trump unless it is specific to his role and something as the president of the United States. Like, I literally don't care. I don't hate the man. I don't like him, but I don't hate the man. I would give like less than 0 fucks if he wasn't the president. That's the only reason I care. Is because he's the president. So what he does impacts the country and the world. And that's the only reason I care. And it's the same thing about members of Congress, right? So I am someone I am not a registered Democrat. I have voted Republican and Democrat in my lifetime. As I have lived my life, right? And gotten age and wisdom, my views have changed and evolved, right? And I'm sure that happens for most people, in whatever way possible, whatever way works for them. So for me, based on those things, that is the way that I function. Do I care about Graham Plattner? He's not in my district. So I don't know what you mean. Do I care about him? He's not in Congress. He's not my candidate. So not overly, no.
Host, do you mind if I quickly just jump in just to bring something to this discussion?
Sure.
Because when we're talking about things like declining birth rates and all of that, right? You're absolutely correct, Dani, that it is the government's responsibility to create the infrastructure that can support the development of children, because it is the job of the state to protect the interests of its people, and that includes the interest of children. Right. So if someone believes that is not the job of the state to create infrastructure to support childcare, then the state has no right to tell people to have children, or when they can have children, or when they can't have children. The state doesn't have any right to interfere with those things. Right. Like, think about this, right? And I've been living in the UK for about almost 20 odd years. Right. I'm a first generation immigrant. My father has got 15 brothers. My mom has 11 sisters. That's the kind of family that I come from. And from my culture, we love grandchildren. Right? You know how many times my mom and dad sat down and had that conversation with me and said, "You need to get married, son. You need to have children. We're gonna look." They said to me, "No, just have all of the children and pop them off with us. We'll look after the children. You go and do your own thing. We'll leave our grandkids with us."
Yeah,
That's great.
So
that's America. We used to do that. America could actually use a arranged marriage system. We can use that. That's actually.
but that's a personal.
So the point I'm trying to make is the infrastructure does not exist. The solution isn't to have more children, because more children will be in poverty, right? Because there's no infrastructure in place to support child development, right? And when you have a whole load of children who don't have the support infrastructure to support their development, a lot of them will they're more likely to become poor. They're more likely to become dropouts. They're more likely to turn to things like petty crime. And a lot of them might even become rapists, right? So if, the solution isn't to have more children, the solution is to have better economic outcomes for parents to be able to support having children. Then we can have a conversation about birth rate. But until that is happening, I don't think that's even a conversation we should even be entertaining, because the economic infrastructure is destroying the potential for anyone to want to have children. Even me right now, the only reason I'm even considering getting married and having children is because, I've got family support system in place. If I didn't even have that, if I was alone as a young adult in the UK, living by myself, I would not even be considering getting into a relationship, never mind having a child of my own. It's not even a conversation I'm even gonna entertain.
Yeah, that's a respectable take, but I have to disagree, because we still have one of the best economies in the world, if not the best. Got the best economy still in the world, with gas prices and everything the way it is. And if other countries can still reproduce at a functioning rate, and they're not half as rich, they don't have half as much the wealth as America do, and they're still able to procreate. Countries like Africa, freaking the Philippines, they don't have the economy we do, but they're able to still be fruitful and multiply. So I don't believe that America, with the privileges we have in this country, the opportunities we have in this country, it's no way that other countries are able to keep reproducing, and we can't afford to, or we're the strongest country. That's a personal thing. That's a personal issue thing. We are in a capitalist country. It's a dog-eat-dog country. So if you're looking for the government, like I said, to actually empower you, and that's the hedge that you're using to have kids, and you're not putting it on your own sweat and brow, that's a you problem.
So let me pop in for just one moment. When you talk about the economics and the United States of America having the greatest economy in the world, that is true in terms of gross GDP. That is not accurate when it comes to GDP per capita. We are not number one. We are actually number 5, right? So Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Ireland, and Switzerland are the top 4. So the thing that is really important when we talk about the economic position of a country is not to associate the wealth of the top 20% of the country with the economic well-being of the entirety of all people. And that's what that statement does, right? Is it indicates that economic wealth is across the board for everybody. And that's not accurate.
Oh,
and
it's available. I mean, the 1%, no, I give you that. That's not available. But as far as being able to architect your life in this country, to be able to take care of a family, that's absolutely obtainable in this country. And from anybody, from any race, from any color.
Okay,
absolutely.
But Dane, but the data just doesn't support your claim. Like the data that you're saying,
and I'm telling
just
you why,
isn't.
Danny.
But hold on for a second, because I feel like we're also moving around. I want to make sure that we finish one thing, and before we go to the next, and to the next, and to the next. Okay. The very first thing that I want to finish us off, the discussion that we were originally having, was around whether or not there are people in government that believe that human rights are conditional, and whether or not they are non-negotiable is conditional. And we covered a couple of those different instances. And so based on what I've shared with you about the fact that our rights for women are absolutely conditional, and you said, I don't agree with that. And you said, I don't agree with that. I don't know if that's red states, blue states. I don't really care what state it is. And I think that if you ask most women, we don't care what state it is. What we care about is that if I am 22 years old and I know in my heart, I am not built to be a mother, because there's a difference between being a mother, being a caretaker, being a nurturer, and having the biological capacity to birth a human being. They are not the same things. And so I think that it is super responsible of women who know that about themselves to say, ain't no way I would be doing a disservice to a child, because there's nothing like being a child and feeling unloved and feeling unwelcomed and all of those things.
No, you're right. I'm not about to be a devil's advocate when it comes to
So
having a child.
Yeah. So the reason that I'm saying, when I say human rights are non-negotiable, we might want a flourishing society. And at that doesn't just mean higher numbers of children being born without looking at the total quality of life for the society that we're building together. And I think that that's the conversation that we need to start having. And I believe the most effective way to have those conversations is to stop having them talking about Republicans and Democrats and red and blue, and to talk about human beings, because that's what really matters. Because the majority of the people that I talk to, and I talked to a lot of people way before I got on TikTok, right? And most people, when we get to the core of it, just like just now, Dane, you were like, yeah, I'm not about to be a devil's advocate on that. And that's the place where most of us can get to. If we're just really honest and we say, listen, I don't want children to be here just for the sake of children, if they're going to be harmed or if they're going to be hurt or if they're going to be whatever. Like, dear God, why would I intentionally want to have children born into that environment? And I don't. So then it becomes, all right, so if this is something that we want to have, then what are the things that we want to implement? And so this is where the government has to choose. The government has to say, we either want to play an active role in encouraging people to have babies, right? And if we want to do that, then that means we have to take on the corresponding active responsibility of creating a society and a government that is like conducive to the thing that we want them to do. So
that's why people don't like it, but that's why I try to always promote and talk about how important family values is, and not just the mom and dad in the home. I'm talking about the village, because growing up, that's one of the. I just don't know where that got lost, and the mom and dad got lost in the midst of that. But that is a huge solution to a lot of these problems. It's hard when you're a dad by yourself. Hard when you're a mom by yourself.
100%.
I don't know when family values became like people get so triggered.
It's not that the values are different, Dame. It's not. So here's the thing, and I know I think my oldest daughter is about your age, and so it's not that people's values have somehow changed. It's the ability of people to live life based on their values. That's what's changed. We no longer have corporations where where one person in the household could go to work, could work 40 hours a week, could make more than enough money in that 40 hours a week to take care of the family, to maybe get a small vacation in. We don't live in the era where corporations want you to work for them for 40 years and you get a Rolex and this. They don't give a shit about you these days. We don't have that. And so you were talking about, you're looking at a set of values, quote unquote, that you think has disappeared. But what you are not looking at is that at the same time, the society that enabled people to live according to their values no longer exists. We don't have the same infrastructure. We don't have the same industries. We don't have the same any of those things. And so you can't be surprised when because what's the greatest contributor to the breakup of families?
Economics.
Financial reasons.
Exactly. Exactly.
But
So
this
if I
is-
want
this is the
people,
thing.
can I just finish this
But-
part, the
Go ahead,
sentence?
my bad.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
okay. But so that's exactly it. So if we created a situation where we took that intense and insane economic pressure off of people, and we know, because we know that that's the one thing that breaks families apart, would it not be a reasonable conclusion that if we gave people more economic support, it would create more of the family dynamics and the family value systems that you're talking about? And then the only other thing that I would say, Dame, is that when you talk about the village, so I know what it's like to grow up in that environment, right? So my dad passed when I was 6 months old. He after his second tour of Vietnam. So you had my mom raising me and my two brothers, and she was a single mom. And so, we had nanny across the street that helped look out for us. And then my godmother was 2 houses up, and Big Tom came and got us on the church van and took us to Sunday school and just all the different things. So it absolutely was that, right? And that is very different. That village that you talked about is a very different thing than necessarily a nuclear family. And when you say what happened to that, I think it's really important that we understand that there are certain ideologies and certain organizations with ideologies that do not want that village dynamic, because they do understand that village dynamic is a core component of Black and Brown communities and Black and Brown families. And it's what's enabled Black and Brown people to continue to flourish and to continue to exist, instead of falling apart, despite all of the things that we faced over time.
Yeah, I mean that's understandable, but I said, I just respectfully disagree, because when I look at the immigrants that come here from other countries with nothing, with a cell phone and a bag, their family is what keeps them together. If they came here and tried to live an individual life like most Americans live, an isolated, independent life, they wouldn't be 1/10 of successful as they are.
But,
so that's why I'm saying. Just let me finish. The notion that it's all down to financial reasons is why family values can't be inserted into this community, specifically the Black community. I ain't talking about the brown or the white. I'm talking about specifically the Black community.
mm-hmm.
To act like finances is the reason, or that's justification why it's fractured, when slavery in itself, it couldn't be fractured. Jim Crow, it couldn't be fractured. And immigrants are showing you today, when they come here and get those jobs, they're not gossiping at lunch. They all get together. One brings one thing, one brings the other thing. They're saving money on every aspect of life, using family, using togetherness. And
Okay.
and all I'm saying is, if you don't have that as a community, and you're saying, I just don't agree with it, because immigrants come here and they utilize
Okay,
that. Even
hold on first.
to the extremes of having to live together, to 20 of them in one house.
Okay,
And
but so follow me.
Family to the most extent.
Okay, so
To the highest
first,
extent.
one of the things that I think is really important in these conversations is that we do not put in intersectionalities of different groups of individuals, right? And so you cannot take immigrants who are not U.S. citizens, not born here, not raised here, and compare their life to Black Americans, right? They're not the same thing. And when you start to do that comparison, it's not fair to either group, to be quite frank, right? And so I think it's important that we don't muddy the waters in terms of the conversations and stay on track to the topic. And so again, I never, ever, ever, ever said it is only finances. That's not what I said. What I asked was, what is the number one factor that causes families to break apart and people to get divorced? And every single one of us agrees it's finances. We know that to be true. So if I know that that's the greatest indicator of why families break up, right? And I want to have the greatest impact on giving people the best chance to stay together, then it would be a reasonable conclusion that finances would be a great place to start, because it won't solve everything. But if it's the greatest factor, then if we address the greatest factor, then we're going to have the greatest amount of success at the fastest rate of time. Right? And so that's what we're talking about. That's the conversation. And it's not going to be for everybody because we're human beings and the same thing doesn't work for everybody. Right? But it's important to be frank about that. It just is. Does that make sense?
I agree, and can I just quickly add to that, right?
Hey, you guys, be respectful in the comments. And if you are a Danican, you already fucking know better. Especially if Dame is having a respectful conversation with me, don't pop off in that chat. Because y'all know we don't roll like that around here. Okay, sorry, I need to get my people together.
It's fine. As you said, right, it's not fair to compare like immigrants to like, people who were born in this country. I grew up, I wasn't born in this country, right? I moved here when I was about 6 years old, so I've lived the overwhelming majority of my life here. And so you could say that I've been affected by the entire system more so than like my father was, because he came here as a 25-year-old man that was already married and he already had a degree behind him. He didn't really have any debts behind him, right? So obviously he had to work. I'm not saying he didn't work. He had to work even harder than I did to get to create the opportunities that I had, right? But I inherited a lot of debt growing up because I went through the education system. The average debt of, a person in the UK is roughly about 35,000 in total. The average salary of the average UK person is about 35,000. That's just the debts. That's just the total debts. We're not talking about the cost of living, the cost of owning a house or renting a house, for example. We're not even talking about the cost of raising even one child. We're not even factoring all of those things. Just the debt alone that you accrue over the course of your life is already enough to keep your attention. Never mind living on your own, right? That's why, I spent a large majority of my life living with my parents, because it was much easier to be able to pay part of the rent, or contribute part of the rent, because there was a lot of load being shared. But if you're just an individual, who's living on your own, it is almost impossible to get by yourself because of all of these things. They will the economics alone. We're not going to talk about anything else. Just money, just the money aspect is enough to cripple you. Right, and it has directly contributed to high suicide rates amongst young men. Economics has played a vital role in the suicide rate of young men in the UK. And I'm definitely sure that it's the same metric in the United States as well. So we cannot underestimate just how bad and how awful the economic situation is. Yeah, exactly. Orphans have it the worst. Exactly.
Yeah. Dane, you wanted to respond?
I don't know about the UK particularly. I can't really comment on, you guys' economic situation. But as far as the opportunities out here for able-bodied man with a little bit of education, and if you don't have an education, you get an education here, even in prison, man. So, like I said, I can't speak on the UK, but as far as here in 2026, I won't say it's easy, but what is easy that's good in life?
But that's a fallacy.
It's not.
It is, Dame. It is. They want you to believe that. They want you to believe that. But Dame, okay, I'm sorry because I interrupted you, and I don't mean to. But Dame, you do understand that that's what they want us to believe. Rich people are not walking around going, "Can I find the hardest shit for me to do in life so that it'll be good?" They don't do that. The hardest thing in life is not when you start out with $1 million in your bank account or an all expenses, paid education to an Ivy League. like one of the frustrations that I have, and I would love to hear your thought on this. I want you to finish what you were saying, but I would love to hear your opinion on this, because one of the greatest frustrations that I have is I am listening to rhetoric that we are wanting people, working class people, to be grateful for scrapes and having the least of the least, right? Like, you want me to be grateful for chitlins while your ass is sitting up there with living high on the hog and the whole thing. And it just makes me angry, because why are we convincing poor people that they should be grateful and do whatever they absolutely have to barely have anything? And that's supposed to be the sign of a virtuous community. But we don't say that to white people. We don't look at rich white families. They're not living the nuclear family. Look at the majority of the top 15, 10%, right? Of white rich folk. They don't represent the nuclear family. They don't. Not unless they in politics and it's for the photo ops. But they want us to do that. So go ahead and finish your thought, and then I'd love to hear your response.
No, I don't have this I don't have a naive thinking like that you could be a 1%er. Like Tillman Fertitta just purchased Caesars Entertainment, and it was in $12 billion worth of debt. He just purchased a company that was in $12 billion worth of debt. Right. I'm not stupid enough, and I'm not about to tell people that they can possibly. The odds of you actually getting to that level is nearly, most likely impossible. I'm not saying that. I'm not stupid. You're not going to probably be the 1% most likely. But what I'm saying is, in regards to our conversation about a thriving family and being able to plant the seeds you need to in this country to create that base to support that thriving family, that's absolutely possible right now. And I think it's discouraging and just bad all around to discourage people to, procreate, because of economics, because of saying, hey, you can't afford it.
So
I prefer less things. I prefer it would be a lot better if you, not you specifically, but if, people that spoke to lots of people said, have children, create a family, but just do it first. Like, do what you need to do. Create the base first. It's not just, I'm never having children, I'm not doing it. It's like, it's just discouraging people. And like, we don't live in Haiti. This is America. You can do what you need to do to support yourself and your family.
Okay, so a couple of things in response to that. So first, A-Money, if you could do me a favor and put a heart in the chat. You came back up. I thought you were down there. So y'all, this is A-Money, who is a Palestinian New Yorker friend of mine, and they are collaborating together to get some shoes for some of the kiddos in Gaza. One pair is $25. She has a nonprofit, Calamantina. So if you have the means and you want to assist with that, then the link is in her bio. And if not, no worries, no foul. Send the good vibrations, and we'll call it a day. Okay. So Dame, here's my thing. The whole under baby thing is actually because, you can send it to me, is because women are waiting until they get the foundation set to have babies. Women are waiting longer. And what I find is that many women, I literally said, I don't know whether I was on my live and somebody was on my panel saying this, or whether I was somewhere else. But I literally listened to a man degrade women, and I mean drag women for getting their degrees first, for getting their good paying jobs first, and getting all this. And then literally I'm hearing this man say, yeah, they do all that and they think they're going to be able to get a good man. And now they're 35 and it's almost too late to have a baby. Like, literally the very thing that you're saying that it's okay for people to do. There are other people that are literally criticizing. So for women, and women in the chat, feel free to chime in if you want. It is a damned if you do, damned if you don't. And maybe one of the things that, and I really wish people understood what it is like to be a woman in society, because if you're a woman that chooses career, you're damned. If you're a woman that chooses to be a stay-at-home mom, if you're a woman that chooses whatever, like literally no matter what the fuck you choose, you're going to be criticized for whatever you're doing. So Dame, right now, if you've noticed me, my grandkids, you always see my grandkids here. They live with me now. They didn't at first, but they live with me now because I'm doing the very village thing that you're talking about. So in the last year, my daughter has gone through.
That's the village.
Yeah, but so listen, but so let me just, and I'm saying this, but so follow me. Here's what's so crazy. So my daughter in the last year has gotten 2 different medical certifications. She started with phlebotomy and then she did medical assistant. She just got into nursing school, right? She just did her TEAS exam, got the highest score the school's ever seen. And still she works 2 jobs right now. Still works 2 jobs and still qualifies for both Medicaid and SNAP. Still qualifies for both, right? And without me, and I moved here to make this possible for her. I gave up where I wanted to live and the life that I wanted to have. And the only reason I'm able to be here is because of my military service, and I'm service-connected disabled veteran. That's the only reason, right? And so like, it is not easy, and it should not be this way. Why should someone have to work 2 jobs? Why should someone have like this is the person that literally is running all your blood work and doing all of your intake and making sure that the doctors get what they. Why is it that someone works in that type of field and still qualifies for governmental assistance? It's the wildest thing ever. We say, oh, we'll just get a job. She got 2. She got 2 because we no longer have an industry in this country that pays a livable wage, a thriving wage. We don't have that. We have lots of people that have multiple jobs and have no health insurance because we're a country that ties our ability to get health care to who we work for. And then you have tons of companies that cannot even afford to offer health care. Small mom and pop, small businesses, they can't offer health insurance. It's like really crazy. And so when I hear you say these things in very simplistic terms, they don't align with the real life experience of the majority of people. And then there's this balance that I navigate, Dame. So these grandbabies, they know I absolutely listen. I would walk on water and catch a charge, and they know it, right? It doesn't mean that they don't miss their mom. It doesn't mean that they're not navigating big feelings and big emotions because of the family dynamics and where we're at. It doesn't mean that it's not having an impact on them and the way that they function. And so I think that it's just, we don't look at the totality of everyone that is involved and the impact of how it affects everyone. Appreciate you. Hey, A Money, somebody just sent me, you know me, I'm going to send it to you. They just covered 4 pairs of shoes for your kiddos. So I just want us, if we're going to have these conversations, then I don't want us to only focus on one part of the issue. I want us to focus on the totality of all the parts and be honest. Where you are today is fine, but you can't tell me that you didn't have hard bumps along the road, even though you love your grandmama. You can't tell me that there weren't days that the family dynamic and the village, like we tend to look back now with rose-colored glasses when we talk about the village. But back then, there's always, as a kid, it's like, damn, my mother worked in a 12-hour factory. My mother worked 12 hours a day in a factory. That 12-hour job is one of the reasons that I was essayed as a 12-year-old kid, because I was a Gen X latchkey kid, despite the village, right? So like, I want us to be authentic and honest about all of the things that occur in the way we tend to look back with these rose-colored glasses. And shit was wild. Shit was wild back when I was growing up, Dame. Like, I know they hear you say, you hear people talk about, oh, there were these family values and everybody was around the dinner table. Listen, no, no, and no. No, and no. And I just think we it's disingenuous when we don't address all of it.
Dani,
Yeah.
I do have to go now. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a first live in like a while tonight.
Yeah.
Because I'm not working tomorrow and for the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Because there's a bit of reshuffling happening at my workplace, so
Okay.
I've been told to take some leave from work. So if not tonight, definitely will be on tomorrow.
Sweet.
I'm not sure what the topic is yet, but you're definitely welcome to join me, and whoever wants to join me.
Yeah, we will definitely do that.
Should be a good live. Should hopefully be a good live tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds great. I appreciate you, Frozo. Take care, friend. Bella Magoo, come get your sandwich, please, sissy.
All right, then, Daddy, I'm about to get ready because I'm going on later myself. I got some things to do this morning.
Okay.
To you, though.
Yeah, it was good talking to you. You're welcome back anytime. Next time, bring Ice GOP. I see his ass still ain't made it.
So you go on every morning. This is your time every morning.
I'm typically on 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Friday. Trash.
Okay. I'll come back. Hey, nice talking to you. All right,
Yeah.
Money. Hopefully you forgive me sooner or later. All right.
All right. Appreciate it, Dame. Hey, Mooney, somebody else just gave me some more for your kiddos, and so I'll send it to you. So one of the things I want y'all to hear me when I say this, okay? Y'all have seen Dame and I on a different panel, right? And y'all have seen me come for that ass, whatever. But I don't get to control environments on other people's panel. I do over here in this space, right? And I think that has a lot to do with it, right? I think how you set the tone, the environment that you create for the conversations matters. And so listen, I'm not trying to be besties and fist bump and shit, but I'm cool. And as long as Dame is respectful to me, I will be respectful to Dame, especially as long as we can engage in thought-provoking conversations like we just did. Right?
I agree with you, Dani. I think what it is too, like when there's certain people on Dame's panel, he acts different as well. So it definitely is the environment 100%. Like, look how you guys had like a respectful conversation today.
Mm-hmm.
But on his panel, no. Oh my God.
Girl, I ain't never been on his panel.
Don't go. I went twice and I got dropped twice on his panel because he'll give more respect to a white tea woman on his panel than the rest of us. I'm just saying.
Yeah, the first time I met him was on somebody's panel called, it was like Republican, Democrat mixed together. Like, I forget the whatever it is. And the person that was running that panel allowed Dame to talk out the side of his neck to me. And I ended up cussing Dame the fuck out because, I will sometimes. But then I said to the host, listen, I appreciate, you allowing me on your panel. This is my first time meeting you. However, your relationship with this individual has led you to not be equitable in the way. And so so I'm out. And a couple of days later, the host of that particular panel came over here into my space to publicly apologize to me for allowing Dame to speak to me and treat me the way that he did. And then I think I've run into Dame maybe a couple of other times. One was in Costo's space, and another one might have been in like Dan Trail or Rowdy or Itchy space with the boss. And he got cussed out both those times too. But one of those times we were able to have like a little bit of connect, right? And so when I saw him in here today, that's when I immediately invited him to come up, because this is the first time he's ever been on my panel in my space. And I really wanted to, it's not so like, because people were like, oh no, not Dame. So here's the thing, I hear you. But my thing is, I'm going to give you an opportunity. I'm going to give you an opportunity to see what it's like with you in my space and with this conversation. And if you can manage it, I'm here. Because there are very few people that I believe are just totally lost causes, right? And I think about some of the, like, how people get to be who they are and where they are and what's molded them and what shaped them and what's the driver. And y'all know me, my thing is simply this, right? The work is more important than me, and the work is more important than my ego. It's more important than both of those things. And so if someone is respectful and someone is willing to engage in a respectful conversation with me, I am down for that all day, because I'm not looking for someone to change their position and agree with me on this panel and in the spot. I'm looking for the conversation because I know for certain that Dame will think about parts of this conversation later. And I love that. What he does with it is not my responsibility. Whether he changes or not has nothing to do with me. But I will know that I gave his moment in my space 100% to the best of my ability. So whatever does or doesn't happen, I'm not responsible for it. And so that's the way that I approach everything. And the reason why I will give Dame respect is because of the conversation that we just had, that I will not give bitch ass ICE GOP. And I didn't call you a bitch. I said bitch ass GOP. That was an adjective. It was a descriptor. Just so we're clear. Yeah, if you want respect, you're going to earn it. And when you don't earn it and you talk shit, then I'm going to call you out for and he stayed coming back up in here. He got Dani derangement syndrome in this bitch. I forgot y'all was over here. Listen, y'all, I'm still on YouTube, Twitch, and Marilyn said I could just cry right now. I'm just not seeing that comment. I got so wrapped up in this conversation, I forgot we was on 4 other platforms over here. I'm so glad y'all over here, though.
I was listening, so period.
Yeah.
Came on all 4 platforms.
And so, but for me, y'all, this to me is to me, this is what makes it worth it. If all I did was talk to people that agree with me every day, it's this, right? It's just that little crack. It's just that little wedge. And I do have this thing. I love our Black men. I do all day. And they live in a society, especially in the West, that can't stand their asses, that manipulates them, that uses them up for all their talents and their resources all the fucking time. And right now, some of them are being used to try to drive a wedge within our community. And that makes the mama and auntie and me really fucking mad. I want you to back up off of our Black and brown men. I want you to back the fuck up off. Right? Yeah. You don't get them. You don't get to use Black men to hurt Black women and to hurt our communities and our spaces. No, you don't. And it's already rough enough. It's already rough enough. So I'm saying that. Yeah. So when ICE and GOP, next time you bring your ass in here talking about Dani hates Black men, go tell Dame I hate Black men and see what Dame says. Bitch assness.
Oh, you hate Black men since when?
Oh, that's what ICE and GOP came up here saying. Dani just hates Black men. Nigga, shut up. Ninja.
TikTok shop 30% off. Period.
Girl, I got me some ever-bearing strawberries from the TikTok shop.
I'm dead.
Holy
That's so
jeez.
funny.
But
I didn't know you hate Black men though. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And then he set up in Caso's live and tried to act like he ain't say it. I said, "Yo, lying ass. Yes, you did." And this is, I mean, sometimes I will meet you where you are if that's what's required. But once I do that, then I want us to go. I did hear about the phone call with BB and Trump yesterday. I did. I did. And there's always, there's always so much that we can talk about on these things. What's up, Miguel? Right? today I really felt like I wanted to hone in on Black people and the LGBTQIA community. I wanted to kind of hone in that for just a second because I think that there are people that are, you say I don't cuss people out enough. Some would say.
She does when they get a little disrespectful.
I sure do.
Don't try her. She has patience, but when y'all try it,
yeah. This is my thing. By the time I come for your ass, you have earned it. You have earned it. And I want to make sure that I pay you well. I want to make sure that I compensate you well for whatever it is that you earned. But that's the same, whether what you earn from me is respect or compassion or consideration or whatever, you know? And so, yeah, with interest. Exactly. And a tip. Yes. See, y'all know. And, and I thought about it. I thought, damn, because I've been on one the last couple of days. And I also thought, well, them ninjas earned it. So you will get what you get. It's just really right, what you earned. And I don't always give people what they give me. I don't. But sometimes I do. And I think the reason why I do with Ice and GOP is because he lied. He stood up in front of Casso talking about, I don't be in her space. The fuck you don't. And then he was like, Miss Dani, I ain't never called you out your name. I didn't call you out your name either. And then he said, you did. You said MFer. I said, that's not what I said. I asked you when you're going to bring your motherfucking ass on my panel. That's an adjective. I didn't call you an MFer. I said your motherfucking ass. That's what I said. This is why they don't hire me for the DNC. Other than that, and the fact that I'm very critical of Democrats. So, it's okay though. It's okay. I'm not here to pick a side. I'm here to tell the truth and shame the devil. Okay, so I want to so I'm going to call out some names for the people that are in the request box, and I want you to put a heart in the chat if you still want to come up. And because I want to continue this, conversation. And I also am going to bring up a friend of mine, Abu Sarraj, who is going to give us an update on things that are happening in Gaza. If you know me, I ride for Palestinians and also for the Lebanese and Sudanese and Congo and Haiti and Cuba. And all the folks, because that's what we need to do. In the same way I do it here, I do it there. But I think that it's necessary that we don't take our eyes off of Palestine. We can't. And I really want people to understand that we are entering the end of an era where Israel gets a blank check from the United States of America, and people from both sides of those main two parties capitulate to whatever Israel wants. We are entering the end of that era. We are in it in a way that we haven't ever been before. And that is why, in my humble opinion, Bibi does not want to, he doesn't want to let things go. Aziz. And so, yeah. All right. So I'm going to read your names. Mods, can you help me out? I have got Candy Green. Candy, if you still want to come up, could you put a heart in the chat? Bernie 2.0, if you still want to come up, can you please put a heart in the chat? D Star 3000, if you are still trying to come up, put a heart in the chat. David Phillips, if you are still trying to come up, put a heart in the chat. Charles Dortch, same thing, put a heart in the chat. Toxic Gamer, Hot Boy, if you are still trying to come up, put a heart in the chat. Kayla, Mrs. Bartholomew, sorry. Desi, Yari, Kaylin, Mama CF, Tina, Purple Lover, James Lachey, Jen, Abu Siraj, and then I need to ask my Danikins, because I know it's 10:30 there now. Is it better to try to do a late Pally panel here, or should we do Pally panel tomorrow, Danikins? Y'all let me know in the chat. Tomorrow. Got it. So we will do a Pally panel tomorrow. What's up, Kunta?
You have two people with hearts. You have Abu Siraj and you have James Deshay.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring them up. I got you, Jen. Tomorrow, Inger. Perfect. And
Can I talk about the shoes real quick?
yeah, girl. I got 200 for you for shoes.
Guys, we're only 35 pairs away. We fundraised for 120, so we're only 35 away from finishing the goal, so we can get shoes to some kids in Gaza. They've been walking around barefoot or in some messed up sandals that are taped up and stuff. Anyway, we're only 35 pairs away. It's only $25 for one pair. So, and there's an LINK in my BIO if you'd like to help out a kid or sponsor a kid. So yeah,
Okay,
LINK
John.
in my BIO. And yeah, 35 pairs away. If we can finish it today so we can send it out tomorrow and y'all get to see videos and stuff. I can't wait to show you the videos of the baby formula, Dani. Oh my God, all the babies in the
I
video
love
were
that.
so freaking cute. A camp hit us up and they were like, there's babies that need baby formula.
Mhm.
And there was 60 of them. So we were able to help them out and they're so freaking cute.
I love that. Listen, I get to video chat with Mohammed OS and see his twins a lot, along with baby Osama. Listen, them cheeks are just amazing. Yeah, thanks,
It be the
Shaky.
babies, Dani. It be the babies.
It always be the babies. I'm here for the babies all day. Okay, so let me try to do a sticker real quick, just so people will know. Let me do sticker will be Pally panel tomorrow. Boom. How's that? So everybody can see it. Okay. So Desi, Kaylin, Mama CF, all of you guys didn't mean to request up. Is that right? Cool. That works. All right. We got it then. Okay. So James, what you got for me?
A question first. The other day when you were doing a poly panel, I think I sent you a galaxy or something, but am I supposed to tap the person who's in the area and then send it to them, or but I send it to you?
Did
so
you?
Tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Yes. So what you would want to do is tap their box, whoever you want to send it to, and then you send the gift to them, not to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I made a mistake and sent it to you.
That's okay.
But I learned, so I understand now.
Yeah, I can forward a galaxy on.
What to do when I get it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, and I think that was the day that I recharged.
The other thing,
when Raja, if that's the day that I brought Raja back up, I recharged like 3 times that day. So your galaxy got passed on. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. You said the other thing.
You got what?
I said I recharged my coins that day as well. I think 3 times that day.
Okay.
So that galaxy you sent me more than got passed on. So no worries.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. What's up, DJ K? You had something else, James?
Okay. The other thing, what did you think of what these judges did to Donald Trump on those taking the name down and refusing to give him the money? And I think there was one other thing.
Yeah, so I think I figured his name was going to come off the Kennedy Center. I'm glad it's not appealable. You know what I mean? So it's a done deal. They already took it off. Amazing. Great. Love that for them. I think the fact that the $1.776 billion slush fund is basically shut down right now is great. And I think that they knew, and the judge didn't make that happen. It was actually the Senate that did that. Congress that did it. And one of the reasons why I think that was a smart move on their part is because they know good and damn well if this administration gives $1.8 billion to some other folks while we in the economy that we are in and these gas prices are about to act a fucking fool, they would be in trouble. So, yay, love that. Yeah, DOJ canceled it. Thank you. And so I think it's just important for people to understand they are navigating a very delicate place right now, a very difficult position, because when you think about where we are with midterms, they are less than 5 months away. Literally, in a month, in just over a month, the only country that is going to have oil reserves is China. That's the only country that's going to have them if things continue the way that they are going. Yeah, I am not somebody that is a fear monger or whatever. What I do want people to do is to be prudently cautious and to be smart in the way that you do things. Don't let this market manipulation give you this false sense of security that everything is fine and a-okay. I literally just got a second raised garden bed for on the balcony. And like, I was like, damn, that's $60. But I was like, girl, you better go on and grow them fruits and vegetables. So, and then, we got a Costco membership and all of those things. Where do I come up with this stuff? If you're referring to the oil reserves, you can go over and see Matt Randolph. He is a 30-year oil and gas expert. You can also look at the statements that have been put out by the CEOs of Chevron and another major oil company in the last week. They are all saying the same thing, and that the cost of Brent crude oil is going to be $150 per barrel in about 5 weeks. So I come up with this BS from the fucking facts and news. Feel free to join us in that endeavor whenever you would like. Anything else, James?
Do you see the WAR ending before the midterms? Do you see the WAR ending before the midterms?
I really don't know. I don't. So here's the thing, that what is happening in Iran is going to end whenever China and Iran says it ends. That's it. We don't have any leverage. And the longer that this has stretched out, the less leverage we have. So, right, Desi, no, I don't have a crystal ball. What I'm focusing on is, as you know me, is I'm focusing on the things that I can control and the things that I can influence. And what we're doing in Iran is neither of those two things. So things that I just say to people, right, just from the village perspective, right, is like my daughter and I both have balcony gardens and things like that. And so, and then we have a friend of ours that has like a large garden out on the farm. And then, like I said, we got a joint Costco membership so that me, her, and my niece can all kind of get together and do those things. And it's not from a place of fear or scarcity or any of that. It's from a place of smart and being wise and preparation without acting in desperation, right? Yeah, Matt Randolph is Mr. Global. Yeah, Jay Reader. I'll ask Matt to come back on with me. He was on with me. I don't know. When was Matt on with me, you guys? About 4 to 6 weeks ago, Matt was on with me. I posted it on my page at the time. And then we'll go from there. I think that the other thing, y'all listen, it was it April? Okay. So everything in moderation, folks. I'm not going to tell everybody to go vegan. Vegan is expensive as hell. And if you don't know how to do it, you will be unhealthy as fuck. A lot of people that go vegan without knowing how to go vegan healthy end up eating a bunch of carbs and sugar and shit, and it's horrible. So what I would say to you is, I believe that extremes are what hurt us, whether you are extremely into sugars and this and that, or whether you are extremely into ultra blah, 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 whatever. Like, in moderation, listen. So if you really want to follow a great person when it comes to nutrition and health and FDA and Health and Human Services information, please go follow Jessica Nurick. Her last name is spelled with a K, Knurick, but the K is silent like it is in knife. Her name is Jessica Nurick. Go follow her. You will learn a lot, and she's fantastic, and her credentials are amazing. So I highly recommend that. Another dude that I love is a guy by the name of Creative Unexplained. If you guys are not familiar with Creative Unexplained, he gives you lots of like amazing homemade like tips, and like whether it's gardening, whether it's plants, whether it's propagating or whatever. Like I'm getting ready to make a homemade bug repellent for my garden with a red onion, garlic, cayenne pepper, and I got to look to see if this is the one where I add vinegar or whether I just add water. Either way, it don't matter. Either way, it don't matter. But all those different types of things. And so, yeah. Is it the vinegar one? Yeah, I have it all over there. So just, think about things like rice and your canned goods and all of that, So I just wanted to offer that to you guys. Did you have anything else, James? Jessica.
That's it.
All right. I appreciate you, friend. Yeah. So
That's it for now.
Inger, he is, yeah. Who is the guy's name again? Creative Explained, Letty. And he's on, you'll see him on my page since you follow me on Facebook. He's Creative Explained. Yeah. So he's amazing. Farmers markets can be expensive. It just depends. Yep. Amanda, that's her. Perfect. He also gives you like tips for how and where to store your fruits and vegetables so they stay longer and all those types of things as well. Yep. Curly haired. Yeah. Curly dark haired guy. So you guys hold on 1 second. You guys, I'm going to go ahead and shut down so I can get a little bit mobile. It's getting later in the day. But I will be back tomorrow. I will not be back tonight. This is something that's really, really important that I need to pass along to you. I am going to send out the email here this afternoon, this evening, and it's going to contain a link for the meeting on Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Me Too, Joan, as well as the Google Drive with all the resources. I'm really excited. Cam and Veronica jumped in and started to make some additional graphics for me. So we've got those graphics plus new data center graphics that will be available before Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you are Facebook, YouTube, Substack, or Twitch, I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Love you, mean it. And I will see you tomorrow. TikTok, stay with me.